Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session of a special call meeting. Madam Clerk, call the meeting to order. Let's move forward with the special call meeting.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Mayor, for your consideration, approval of the proposed millage rates.
Thank you so much. Administrator Dowse.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson, as well as Augusta Commissioners. Good morning to you all. As you know, this is that time of year where we come before you. We, as in myself as your interim administrator, as well as our finance director, we have reviewed our FY24 budget and are here today to propose to you our 2024 millage rate. Keep in mind, and I always want to remind not only this body, but also the public, that Augusta's millage rate that we are looking for you all to consider today is for our FY 2024 budget that we are currently operating out of. So I always want to make certain that you recall that. And now I'll turn the floor over to our finance department director, and that's Ms. Donna Williams.
Hi, good morning. Cool. All right. So as you are all aware, most of the millage rate process is set under the guidelines that are set up by Georgia laws. So one of the first things that you do in this process is you publish the assessed taxable value of all property, the proposed millage rate, the excess taxable values for the preceding 5 years. It's commonly referred to as the 5-year history of the levy. And so after the proposed rates are agreed upon, this ad is run. And this ad has to appear in the newspaper at least a week prior to the adoption of the millage rate. So there's some coordination of timing involved in the whole process. The second part of the exercise is computing what is known as the rollback rate, which is the previous year's millage rate minus the equivalent of the value that is added by reassessments. So you essentially don't get to gain tax revenue from reassessments. The exercise is designed to be to put you on an even keel. Now you do get to increase the digest increases anyway, but you don't get to accept the value of just the reassessments. The exercise is designed to give you the value of the growth, only the change in the digest. So if your proposed rate for the county M&O, which is also referred to as the general fund millage rate, were to be higher than the computed rollback rate, then you go through advertisements, press releases, public hearings, et cetera, which have to be held in advance of the final adoption date. Some more information about the timing, the procedure when the rollback rate is not exceeded for the general fund M&O. You can complete this process in a week after the advertisement appears in the newspaper. This is what the 5-year history ad looks like, and this shows the rollback rate. I have filled it in on the far, let's see if I can show you with my cursor shows up on there. There you go. So this is the 2023 millage rate, 6.664. The computed rollback rate for 2024 is 6.468, which is a decrease of 0.196 mils, if I remember that number correctly. Sorry. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Now, as you saw on the previous page, and I'll flip back real quick, this rollback rate is, as applied to the digest as a whole, shows that we will collect $341,000 more in taxes than we did the prior year. What really happens is that this assumes a 100% collection rate, and it does not account for the revenue reduction because we offer an early payment discount, which somewhat amounts to approximately $450,000 to $500,000 per year in reduction of taxes collected. However, this does get us pretty close to what we would consider to be breaking even versus what we budgeted to collect for taxes versus what we are expected to collect if we adopt the rollback rate for county M&O. This is a brief history of our millage rate for county M&O for 2025 through what is being proposed for 2024, which is, as you'll note down toward the bottom here, the rollback rate, which is being proposed to you today. The orange column here are the number of times that Augusta has adopted the rollback rate for the general fund M&O. The ones that are highlighted in blue are the times that we have adopted a rate which was slightly higher than the rollback rate. And the one little one there in yellow was lower than the computed rollback rate for that year. So as stated, the 2024 proposal is to go with the rollback rate for county M&O. The red arrow down there at the bottom shows that from 2014 to 2023, we have actually decreased the millage rate by a little over three mills. In today's dollars, that 3 mills would be approximately $24 million in tax collections. Next slide shows the tax cap that is required to be computed for Augusta. It is a formula that was adopted and cannot be changed and is completely rigid, using the 1979 millage rate as a base. And then there's a fraction which is composed of the prior year digest and the current year digest. And a millage rate is also computed as a credit from your sales tax collection. So when you go through this exercise for each levying millage rate, the gross tax cap that would be allowed and calculated for the general fund would be 17.046. For urban services, it would be 26.7, and for fire protection, it would be 2.995. We would be currently under the tax cap using these proposed rates by a little over 4 mills in the general fund, 17, almost 18 mills under urban services, and a little over 1 mill in fire protection. And you can follow the math down a little further, what that millage rate would be, what it would collect if you went to the cap. Now, nobody is proposing that. That is for information only. Now we need to talk about fire protection again. This is the fire protection slide from 2023 when I made a proposal for the millage rates for last year. Please look at the highlighted portion on the bottom of the slide. We constructed the 2024 budget with a planned increase of 1/4 to 1/2 mil, which would be dedicated to capital. I'd like to refresh your memory here a little bit that in SPLOST 8, there was no funding for fire equipment, which has proven to be a large challenge for fire protection. That was a large source of their funding that would be generated to provide replacement equipment for fire protection. As the county grows, as we open new fire stations, as we continue to maintain our low, I mean, it's high, but it's a 1, so our ISO rating, which is one of the few that are rated that well in the state of Georgia, as well as across the country. It requires us to have a level of equipment to be able to carry out that service. Not having any funds in SPLOST 8 has been a big challenge. Some of that was offset by a $3.5 million allocation from the ARP funds. As we all know, that was a one-time revenue source. The fire protection's revenue comes from ad valorem taxes and the insurance premium taxes, which come through a formula from the state of Georgia. All of that revenue begins to come in October. So it's like you're operating your household budget and you get paid instead of 26 times a year, you get one paycheck a year, and you have to make it last until you get paid the next year. That's how fire protection's revenue comes in. If fire protection millage rate was set at the rollback rate, we have budgeted $8.8 million to come in from ad valorem taxes through fire protection millage rate. At the rollback rate, we would be slightly under the budgeted amount by about $115,000. The digest for fire protection is $6.4 billion. If you increased the fire protection millage rate only, that would generate a little over $3.2 million, which would help to offset the lack of any funding for equipment replacement. This is a schedule of proposed millage rates for 2024 for county, urban, capital. All would be at the rollback millage rate, which, as you can see on the column on the right-hand side, whoops, those are all decreases. What is being recommended for consideration is to increase the fire protection millage rate by 1/2 mil and dedicate that for capital outlay purchases for fire protection. If you take these numbers, the decrease here, and an increase for fire protection, the net increase for an individual's tax bill after a $0.5 mil increase for fire protection would be 0.288 mils. That would be the net increase, which is this decrease, and one increase. Those are the recommendations that are being put forward for consideration today for the proposed millage rates. This would be the timeline. Today, we would set the proposed rates, which would trigger the start of the process. So what would need to happen in the interim before adoption would be at least a week prior to the scheduled date of adoption, this 5-year history ad would be run. It would also contain the time, place, and the meeting for the adoption of the rate, which is recommended to be August the 27th, which would give you enough time in between the processes to do this in compliance with the law. On the 27th, that would be done the same as today because it does not fall on a commission meeting date, it would be recommended that you would adopt the permanent millage rate, much like you're meeting today in a special called meeting on the 27th. The motion, should you be so inclined, would be to approve these proposed millage rates for each taxing district, to advertise the 5-year history of the digest, and to schedule the date of August the 27th for the meeting to adopt the rates which are proposed to you today. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Williams. Colleagues, do we have any questions? The chair recognizes Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Donna, thank you for giving us this at the information when we get behind the dais. Splosh 8, you said there was no funding, fire equipment put in there. Why?
Was Administrator Donald's recommendation and adopted by the commission.
You, as finance director, has always handled the Splosh packages in the past, haven't you? Your office has.
No, so we help compiling those, we administer those. That recommendation typically goes forward from the administrator to the commission.
All right. Nobody questioned that? I wasn't here, so I can't answer it.
There was some conversation related to that, yes, sir.
And apparently that wasn't the outcome by adding it to it for some reason. Under these past couple of years, I see we got Scott Roundtree and his staff in here for from the tax assessor. They have been reassessing to follow within state guidelines. They have done a great job as bringing us up to speed on the valuation on properties, including mine, which I had to contest it. What is I think it was on average, Scott could tell me, but it was on average of 25% on the valuations on properties that went up. What is the impact on dollar for our budget or income that we would receive?
With, as I showed you earlier, using the rollback rate, it is designed to negate the increases that would come in from revenue for reassessments.
Okay, can you have you been paying attention to the Board of Education, what they did? If they,
yes, sir, I saw their ad yesterday.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir, their advertisement was in the paper yesterday.
And what did they go up on their millage?
They're planning to go up a little over 2 mils over the rollback rate. As was published in the newspaper. That was the proposed rate. I think I printed it out. I can give you. The tentative increase will result in a millage rate of 18.33 mils, an increase of 2.228 mils.
Okay, so that's on average about $115 is what they increased theirs to each taxpayer is based on $100,000, $17 per.
Well, the ad states the proposed tax increase for a home with a fair market value of $200,000 is approximately $167.10.
And then I think in your presentation you said we were, for the budget, we were $114,000. I don't recall the page from last year to, this year to next year. We're going to be a shortfall.
In fire protection.
Excuse me?
In that slide pertained to the fire protection millage rate, sir.
Right.
Right here.
Okay. What alternatives do we have to, if it's for fire equipment, what alternatives is on the, that we could utilize?
Well, we're really trying to hold on until the the SPLOST 9, but you've got until 2027 there, and, where the hell? Oh. The fire department has turned in their budget request for 2025, and it does contain equipment which they will not be able to purchase, much like 2024, because they get their revenue from two sources: fire protection millage rate and insurance premium tax. Insurance premium tax is a one-time lump sum payment that comes from the state of Georgia based on collections, based on a formula which includes the population of Augusta, Richmond County versus as a percentage of the population of every other municipality in the state of Georgia. If your population grows, your percentage of collections goes up. Historically, Augusta's population does not move upwards at the degree of some of the other municipalities. So our collections stay pretty stagnant.
Right. Donna, I'll tell you my concern is we are currently, with the interim administrator, currently working on this SPLOST package, which will be coming in next May, we'll be voting on. This, if we do this increase in this millage, it's going to be presented to the citizens next year, even though it's only a $3 million increase, like you said. We also got the $167 from the Board of Education that's going to be on that. And I don't really think the citizens could discriminate if it's the Board of Commissioners for the Board of Education, or is it the Augusta Richmond County Commissioners? Because usually we are the one who always gets the blame for it.
I'll agree with you on that.
Last thing, and the last thing I want to do is to jeopardize $300 million for $3 million. That's where my concern is.
Okay.
So would you kind of?
I'm not disputing anything that you said. I would like to provide a little additional information, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
The $500,000 would, on that $200,000 house, would be $37.50 for the entire year. Now, as I explained to you, the net on that individual's tax bill is not going to be $500,000. It is going to be much closer to 0.22 mils, which is about half of that. So you're talking about $17 on a tax bill. The other thing that comes up as a point of discussion sometimes is that the Board of Education's increase on our impact on a senior citizens tax bill. Senior citizens with a homeowner's exemption in Augusta, Richmond County do not pay
65 don't pay school board.
Do not pay school board taxes. So that $2 million increase to that portion of the population is not. No, the school board's $2 million increase, would not be an impact on that portion of the population's tax bill.
Right.
So that portion would be looking at $17 for fire protection.
Donna, we also, I imagine it's going to come down the pipe here before too long is street lights as well. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bow out and let my other colleagues speak. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing everything correctly, including the school board memo that was in the paper yesterday and your proposed increase for fire protection, $200,000 house is going to see roughly $214 increase or so?
About $17 from us net.
Yeah.
and then the amount related to the
Well, we're-
school board for that applicable part of the population. Yes, sir?
Yeah, and I know that I've already received calls from citizens asking us to please roll it back because inflation's killing us, and these new home valuations have really hit hard, and salaries aren't keeping up with those types of things either. So it's really hard for me to support any sort of increase. I know we have zero say over what the school board says, and I'm really disappointed that there's no news media in here covering this conversation, which is quite interesting. But when the tax bills go out, they come from the tax commissioner's office, and so the citizens see that as the Augusta Commission is the one that's raising our taxes. And, I don't know how to tell people, I'm sorry, but, yeah, you're going to pay at least $200 more, and most of that's not our fault, but some of it is. So I still think that there's ways that we could help the fire department in regards to their equipment needs. I hate that they weren't able to secure any funding through that SPLOST package, as Commissioner Guilfoyle was asking. We're relying on the current administrator at the time to guide us through that. And if I remember correctly, there wasn't really a robust fire conversation. But I have a hard time supporting this one. So I'm hoping there's some other options that we're going to hear.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Johnson, I'm acknowledging. Give me 1 second. I just have a quick question. Is there any funds perhaps left over from SPLOST State that could be considered?
You would be unable to add any new projects until SPLOST 8 is complete. All the projects in SPLOST 8 are finished. That's going to be 6-8 years down the road.
All right, SPLOST 7?
Same deal.
Same deal.
We still have projects in there that, particularly your road projects, that regularly cost more than what was originally anticipated when the package was put together. So that's usually where that shortfall comes from. The same would be true as you can't add new projects until you're finished with the ones that were listed on the referendum.
All right, thank you so much. Chair recognizes Commissioner Jordan Johnson on first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Williams, what are some alternatives that we can look into, if there are any, along the lines of what my colleague, the concern that he's raising, or that we are raising? Are there any other alternatives to getting where we want to go with fire protection?
We have had numerous conversations with the chief. He is currently exploring a couple of options, one of which I'm aware of is we've recommended possibly some leasing of equipment rather than outright purchase. With that come other avenues of exposure that, if you damage a piece of a leased equipment, then you buy the leased equipment. And two, you run the risk of rolling forward, getting happy with reduced payments as you're leasing, and maybe year one, year two looks pretty good because your lease is fairly low, but 3, 4, 5, and 6, as you get on down the road, then they start stacking up on top of each other. We are actively exploring those possibilities to see what benefits that might can offer. So we're not just sitting around going, we've got, go to the millage rate, go to the millage rate. But this is not the first time we've had this conversation around fire protection. So,
And we approved
here
last
again.
year's rate with the understanding that we were going to do this year.
that was the conversation last year, is that we would go with the rollback rate across the board, but when we came to 2024, that we would look at that increase for fire protection and designate it for capital outlay, which is,
And that's what's being proposed.
that's what I'm proposing. It is obviously up to you guys to make the final decision, but this $17 will bridge the gap for several pieces of equipment, because even if, as I said, fire protection is included in SPLOST 9, you're not going to start collecting 9 until probably January 2027. So you've got the rest of this year, you've got budget cycle 25 and 26, and probably 27.
Well, I think that the recommendation is a decent recommendation. I mean, being that we've even had that conversation last year, it shouldn't catch us by surprise. But, you know, we're looking to the administrator and our finance director to get us. All right, okay. Again, I think that this is a good conversation, being that we're looking to our administrator and finance director to help us with solutions. I understand the perception that the community is going to have between the commission and the school board, but that's not something we can control. I don't think that we can hinder our city because of potential backlash because of what the school system does. I think that's on them. But I think this is a pretty good path forward as far as what you're asking us to do. I'm not sure we're ready to take a motion, but I'm sure there's still conversation. But that's just my 2 cents. I think that it's worth exploring.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Colleagues, are any more questions or comments? If there's not, we're going to entertain? All right, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Director Williams, what about bonds? Can we do a secure bond until the next SPLOST? Is that a option? I think that's been done before. Is that correct?
What funds would be used to pay those bonds,
You
sir?
put the interest built into the bonds until the SPLOST is secured.
We typically do not go
Excuse me?
far out. 18 months, I'm getting reassurance from a SPLOST expert in the back. We're too far out to do that.
Okay. In order to order equipment, it's usually a year out already. Is that correct? Once you put an order in for a fire truck, it's a year
That's pretty close.
out.
I don't, you're kind of getting out of the finance portion and into the operation.
fine.
But I do know that there is a lead time to get fire equipment, and
Right.
it is fairly significant.
I don't know if there's support on this floor for it. So you could ask the finance chairman if he wants to try to make a motion. He could try to make one, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Commissioner Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I don't want to move outside of what my colleague's will is. So if a motion being made won't get us to 6 votes, I don't know. But I guess the question is, what happens if we don't approve this today?
Okay, so the tax assessor has a deadline, September the 1st? September the 1st to take the digest to the state for approval. The board, it goes in conjunction with the rates set by the Board of Education. The Board of Education, according to their publication, is set to adopt their rate on the 27th as well. So for our purposes, let me see, where am I? Prior to August the 20th, we need to be able to run the ads in the newspaper. In order to run the ads, then I've got to have a proposal for the rates to run, as well as the date, the time, and the place that they will be eventually adopted at least a week after that advertisement runs. So,
I mean, I believe that the solution that you presented, it seems to be thought out and is what we agreed to last year with the understanding that we would be at this place this year. I remember that conversation very vividly. So I'm not sure, what the reservation or unreadiness is, but I'll make a motion to approve and just see where it goes.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner from the 9th. Before
I'd
we
like to
vote,
make a
Madam Clerk.
substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, all right,
Adopt the rollback rate with no increase.
all right.
I'll second.
All right, there's a substitute motion and a proper second. All right, any other colleagues before we vote? Can't do any more motions, any more comments? Not. Madam Clerk, we're voting on the substitute motion. Clarify for the record, that is to adopt the rollback without the increase for fire protection. You need to turn your mic on.
Yeah, but I did. I'm sorry. Voting yes, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson. Voting no, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, and Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Oh, no, I'm not in the queue. I'm sorry.
All right. I mean, that's a substitute motion. Do we need to address the primary motion?
Is to approve the proposed mill rates.
All right. Seeing no other colleagues, we're voting.
That motion fails. With Mr. Johnson voting yes, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Scott. Voting no, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, colleagues. Director Williams, obviously we're at an impasse here. What's our next steps? When we can bring this back before the body for consideration?
as soon as y'all set, if you want to do another called meeting,
Okay.
that is in.
I'm gonna get to you. Just let me wrap it.
I need you to tell them that. Okay. Communication from the attorney.
Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, in that you have not taken action within this meeting, if by the end of your executive session, you have an opportunity to conference with your colleagues and you want to move forward, you still can before the special call meeting is adjourned. That's an option. Of course, otherwise, you would need to reconvene at some point prior to Thursday in accordance with the finance director's indicated deadline of this week.
All right. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. This question may be for the administrator. You stated that, or Donna said that you said, that the fire department had turned in some capital outlay request for this next year, is it $3.2 million worth?
It exceeds $3.2 million.
So what is the plan for, I guess, another increase next year to cover that? Or,
No, sir, this would continue to generate $3+ million
For the
per
next year.
year. So applying the same millage rate to next year's digest, you just get the same collections. You wouldn't increase it every single year. Once it's generated, it is generated there for budget use.
when's the
So
last time the fire department had a rollback?
it was rolled back last year, it was rolled back.
The fire department's was?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We had this conversation about increasing it, but the rollback rate was what was adopted.
So what is the total request, Madam Administrator?
I think it's a little over
I
5.
think it exceeds $5 million.
So we need 2 years of this to cover that.
Well, hopefully until we get to SPLOST, and then, like she said, because we've already calculated, if this is approved, it would already be calculated for budgets to come. But by the time we get to SPLOST 9 for 2027, they already have a planned increase there as well.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Seeing or hearing none? Attorney Brown. I'm sorry. Madam General Counsel. You need to turn your mic on.
We request a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of discussing pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel.
There's a motion and there's a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Franham, Mr. Mason, and Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's a motion by Commissioner Scott.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. I heard Commissioner Pulliam come in first. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, Attorney Brown.
Mayor Johnson, we would request a motion to approve the amending of the interim legal service transition plan to accommodate sufficient waiver of any potential conflict of interest regarding the interim general counsel, namely James T. Plunkett and Associates, and to adjust and make it applicable to the responsibilities assigned to Mr. Plunkett in the plan, as well as those responsibilities that are inherent for serving as general counsel, particularly listed in the current job description for the position of general counsel.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scott. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries 7-1 with Mayor Johnson abstaining.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the record, I am abstaining in that I have known Mr. Plunkett for many years, and we do have not only a friendship, but we've had a prior relationship and some dealings as a small business. Therefore, I'm recusing myself from this process. Thank you. Attorney Brown.
I believe that's the entirety of the motions.
All right, if that's the entirety of the motions, Madam Clerk, does that conclude our business, or is there anything additional we need to consider before we adjourn this process?
No, sir.
All right, if seeing none, this meeting is hereby adjourned and turned over to the committee cycle. All right.
We don't have public services nor public safety today.
We don't have a quorum for public services or public safety. If you're here as a regard of a matter on any of those committees, they will be forwarded to the full commission.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Sit tight for just a second. We're going to have planning and development. All right.
Our alcohol license applications, they'll just automatically be forwarded to next commission meeting at 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Can you give that date, please? Is that August?
Maybe my mental math. Let's see, the 20th, August 20th.
August 20th. We apologize for any inconvenience that we've caused. Thank you guys for being here August 20th at 2 p.m. All right. Madam Clerk, can we now adjourn to committee?
Yes, sir.
All right, we are now adjourned to committee. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call Administrative Service Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
If it's okay with the committee, I would like to consent number 7. And do anyone else have any they would like to consent? If not, we'll start.
Chair.
Ms. Bonner?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we consent item 3, or is there a conversation on that?
Any conversation for
For
3?
consenting 3?
Do we need no conversation? We can consent number 3.
Can we get a motion, Madam Chair, for
a
your
motion.
consent agenda?
I need a motion.
So moved.
Voter, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Ms. Bonner, I want to skip down to number 5 first, and then we'll start back up top to bottom, but we'll go with item number 5 because I think we have some guests that probably need to get back on the road to Athens. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Call your attention to item number 5 is a presentation by Reverend Christopher Johnson and Dr. Patricia Yeager regarding the GAIC UGA Climate Resilient Augusta Project, a model of cooperation.
You want to get this out now?
Give it to the clerk. And Reverend Johnson, those of you who are speaking, we're asking for your name and address, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm the Reverend Christopher Johnson with the Great Augusta Interfaith Coalition, 1439 Walton Way, Augusta, Georgia, 30901. Hello there and good afternoon to again this Augusta Richmond County Commission, the mayor, and to the chair lady of the administrative committee, Commissioner Scott, and to all. The Great Augusta Interfaith Coalition today, we come here to talk about the partnership that GAIC has with the University of Georgia. Our purpose is to deal with climate resilience in Augusta, as we affectionately call it, Augusta Climate Resilience and Mediation Now Project. We want to deal with the project problem now. The Augusta Climate Resilient and Mediation Now Project is a collaboration between the GAIC and the UGA. We're here to foster two important strategic approaches to the meaning and to meeting the goals of this collaborative. We want to make sure that we open up all the avenues so we can hear from everyone in the community on what's going on, how everyone feels, and to provide scientific information to, again, not only Greater Augusta, but also back to the community to help us to navigate through the issue of not only mediation, but building a strong resilience team. Be making Augusta resilient. This is a project we're working on, this is a model project in which we're seeking to make the Augusta Richmond County a model project where we have the government, the community, and education as a part of addressing a real issue that we have. You're not looking at just one. So we're looking at trying to bring us all together. And we're here today to ask to formally invite the commissioners and all to partner with us with this project and to let everyone know we really want to make sure we're looking at bringing in, serving as looking at all the stakeholders we know and the stakeholders we don't know, bring them all together so we can put together a comprehensive approach to dealing with climate mediation and also building a resilient response to what's going on with our climate. We're happy to have with us members from the UGA team that's going to be providing the science, they're going to be providing the facts, they're going to be also looking at the communities that are devastating to us, that also deal with the disproportionate amount of injury that the people of color and the poor experience, even beyond the problem that affect the rich and the upper class. So we're going to be looking at mappings and everything to try and mediate the problem. So we're the community grabbers. Our job is to communicate the community issue and present the stakeholders and get all the stakeholders to work together so that therefore when the commissions come, we can also invite all the stakeholders to join with us around the table so we can address the problem. Then we turn around and refer the problem issue to the UGA team to see whether or not, to what extent we can do what we're trying to do, see to what extent we're trying to make it happen, and to seek the necessary funding, not from Richmond County. We're not here to come get the money from Richmond County. Our goal is to try and get money from places we already know, but we want to make sure that this partnership lets you know that we need your help to make sure we get all the funding available we can to execute the program of building a resilient community. This is a pilot project between UGA and the community and the county. This is a pilot project. The first time we're going to try and bring all of us together to build collective work comprehensively to the problem of climate resilience. At this time, I will introduce my cohort from the University of Georgia, Dr. Patricia Yeager.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I have a presentation. Let me see if I can.
Dr. Yeager, can I get your name and
Yes,
your
ma'am.
address, please?
My name is Dr. Patricia Yeager. I live in Athens, Georgia at 965 Riverbend Parkway, Athens 30605. And I've been at the University of Georgia for about 25 years.
Thank you.
And I'm trying to figure out how to turn on the presentation. It's not, I mean, how do I click on it? I'm sorry. There's no mouse. Oh, maybe there it is. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Oh. There it goes. All right. Here. What do I? Guy was a professor or something. All right. So our approach has been to first listen to the community and what they're hearing about climate happening in Augusta, and we've spent several months now working with Reverend Johnson and his coalition. And I was going to share with you some of the motivating data around what we're doing. I work also as the director of the Georgia Climate Project, which is a statewide effort looking at climate resilience around the state of Georgia. So this is what's been happening in Richmond County over the last 100 years or so. You can't see much change at the beginning. You see a little bit of interesting cooling in the 60s that we think we know the reason for. I won't elaborate today, but then since the 1970s, Richmond County has been increasing in its average temperature quite a bit. If you just look at Augusta relative to Georgia and relative to the United States, we're sort of on par, if not a little bit faster warming than some of the other scales. Maybe you've seen this, and this is what we hear from the community, that the first thing you recognize when you have this warming is that the plants that you used to be able to grow don't grow so well anymore. And we've heard a lot about fruit and strawberries in particular. Other things, the plant hardiness zone has shifted in your community, and so you can't grow the things that you used to be able to grow quite as well. But you are going to be able to grow some other things. And so that's why we have Dr. Pam Knox on our team, who is an agricultural climatologist for the state. This one usually gets people's attention. The number of days above 95, which is about when most of us decide that it's hot, too hot to do much outside. The number of days has increased almost a month in the summer over what used to be when I was a kid. A lot of the reason for the warming in Augusta in particular is not just climate change, but actually something called an urban heat island. And that has a lot to do with the asphalt and the brick and the cement and a lot of the sort of urbanization effects, changes in the way the sun gets absorbed, changes in green space and building height. And that all tends to intensify the temperature that you're experiencing here in Augusta. This is just a map that was produced this past year by a graduate student at the University of Georgia who was looking at satellite temperature, very high resolution temperature of satellite measurements of temperature. And one was during the pandemic, and then the one to the right was after the pandemic. And you can see that there are patches of very, very high intense heat compared to other parts of your community. So the heat that you're experiencing on average is just an average, and that there's lots of neighborhoods in Augusta that are much hotter. In particular, your downtown area is 4 degrees centigrade hotter than the average for your county. And that's, again, part of this urban heat effect. And this community is also some of the most vulnerable members of your community who live in this part of the town. Another area just to the south, also very high temperatures compared to the city average. And this is an area where the energy burden has been calculated to be quite a bit higher. So your neighbors who live in these areas are paying much more to keep their apartments cooler than you and I pay for our full houses, maybe off in a different neighborhood. This is a map called the Overall Climate Vulnerability for Augusta County, and you can see that some areas in your region are not very vulnerable and others are quite vulnerable according to the calculations. This other figure to the right is the actual measurements made by the graduate student at UGA measuring the temperature as they drove around the streets of your town. So you have a lot of patchiness in your neighborhood, and as you might expect, those patches that are hotter are also the most underserved and most vulnerable of our community. So what does the future hold? Just really fast, this is only the beginning. The world is trying to get a handle on this problem, but we're not acting very fast. So it's only going to get worse as we go forward, and so planning for some of the extra warming that you're going to get is prudent. And just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, more than 2 months per year of over 100-degree temperatures in our lifetime. And it's not just the heat, and especially what we hear from your community is there's a lot of health impacts of heat, whether it's related to insects, also mental health, waterborne diseases, poison ivy and pollen, asthma especially, and then of course heat-related stress and other issues related to the heat. So I think I'm going to stop there, Reverend Johnson. I think you told me to only share up to this point, so I will be quiet and answer any questions you might have about our project. Again, we are working on getting the community input first, figuring out what the problems are with the data that we have, and then working on solutions. So my other colleague here is Professor Alfie Vick from the School of Environment and Design at UGA, who is also very good at figuring out what solutions are available for you to cool off your city. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The slide that you had with the red, what zip codes are we talking about? Are we talking about 30901 or, what area? I know it said 93.2%. Is that Laney Walker, Bethlehem Communities?
No, I don't know your zip codes very well. I have the track information I can share with you.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have the track. The census tract is how they're categorized. But yeah, this is the area south of Taillefer down to Lucy. What's the name?
That's it. We got it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to let my colleagues know I actually had as well as the Super 9 District Commissioner Francine Scott, actually spent time with Reverend Johnson as well as Ms. Yeager going over this presentation. I would ask that my colleagues, if they could set up a meeting to meet with them and go over these issues. As what it boils down to is, the displacement from grass to trees, and anytime that you put asphalt, concrete, rooftops, what it's about is hot spots in the CSRA, and mainly downtown. Another good indicator, which would be considered a hot spot, would be Augusta Mall, because it's all rooftop, asphalt, etc. But their whole mission is to try to help the elderly in the community with heat and air conditionings, fans, etc. Going green, planting more trees, trying to work with our tree commission to try to reduce that. And that made sense to me when I lived, when I first got married, had a double wide in the middle of a blank field, no trees around. Power bill back in '86, $500 a month. And I learned to plant trees real quick and hope they grew. And it does make a difference on your power bill, because that's a direct impact for people that's on fixed incomes, et cetera. So I do appreciate y'all coming before us, and hopefully the colleagues take time to spend a little time with you and get a better understanding. Naturally, it does not cost Augusta, Richmond County anything. They're going after grant money to try to turn around and help the community. So I thank y'all, all of y'all, for coming before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else from the committee? Can I get a motion?
Motion to receive his information.
Without objection, ma'am, or we're going to?
Yes.
Without objection. Are there any objectors? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll go top to bottom.
Top to bottom.
Okay. Call your attention to item number 1, receivers information updates regarding needed improvements to the Augusta 5th Street Marina from Johnson, LaShober and Associates.
Good afternoon. A few months ago, we brought the issues forward dealing with the 5th Street Marina, which was 2 options on the table to correct some of those issues. The main concern being the electrical at the Augusta Commons, also doing a complete overhaul. Not at the Commons, at the Marina, and then the second being a full overhaul and getting a new marina in place. After speaking with JLA, who was responsible for this, we put them to work on getting us a cost to get design, 1 for the electrical, and then 2 for the complete overhaul of the marina. So what you have before you is those numbers. 1 being the cost of construction for a completed marina, the cost estimates that they came up with. The second being the cost estimate to get the electrical work done. Central Services is recommending, along with the Administrator's Office and Finance, that we move forward with getting the electrical done. Since the agenda item was placed, Finance has found 2 funding sources to help fund the electrical work with the design included. Those funding sources would be a combination of the insurance proceeds from the boathouse along with contingency reserves to cover the cost of those repairs of the electrical.
And what's the cost?
The cost for the design, which we would need to do first, will be $35,700, and then we won't know what the cost to repair the electrical would be until the project is bid.
And we don't have to go out for procurement of anything. Everything is already.
Not on the design. JLA will be doing the design at the cost of $35,700. So you guys can approve that today, and we can move forward with design, and then that project will then be bid through procurement to get the construction done.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Madam. Question for the interim director. What's the funding source for getting these estimates?
Say that the funding source for getting the estimates?
Yes.
Central Services paid for the cost estimates from JLA.
Okay, thank you.
I need a motion. You got a question? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Lampkin, in detailing this electric work that is going to be done, I think we talked about a few months ago of doing it in phases. Is that still on the table, or is this just going to be a complete? I mean, I think we talked about how hard it would be to shut down the marina, to do all of it at one time, and to do the docks in phases. Is this still going to be done in that manner?
Yes, in the design, we'll ask JLA to phase it. I think they have 2 circuits, 1 on each end for both docks. So you'll better do one side, finish, and then do the other side.
Okay.
Any more comments, questions? Can I get a motion, please? Second.
Commissioner Scott, this agenda item did not propose a motion. Originally, it was intended to be received as information. And so if there is a motion to be made, I would like for it to include the cost amount of $35,700 for conceptual design and construction drawings for the electrical matter for the 5th Street Marina project by JLA PC.
I make the motion, but do we need to retract the first motion? It received the motion in a second. The motion to receive this information, it received a motion in a second. Do we need to retract that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Well, why don't we amend your motion to include
Okay.
what the administrator is recommending?
Okay, I
And
amend my
that would be
motion.
to, in the amount, the cost estimate of $35,700 to JLC.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
So
amended.
that's what we'll do.
Yes, ma'am.
Concept design.
All that.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Lewis, are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We're voting now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That motion carries. Item number 2 is to request submission of the Healthy Production Grant and authority for the mayor as Augusta, Georgia certifying official to execute the documents.
Director Hawthorne.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, the members of the commission. This item is a request by ACD to be able to submit a healthy production grant. And one thing that I will say, it's a supplemental grant. So back in 2019 and also in 2022, City of Augusta was awarded lead-based hazard reduction grant in the amount of $4 million back in 2022. There's been a lot of emphasis from a community standpoint when we talk about affordable housing, we talk about abandonment and blight. But I think one thing that we do not talk about a lot about has to be lead. So we took it upon ourselves to be able to, of course, through the Office of Administration and through this commission's approval, to be able to apply for lead funding. That has served us well. When we go into houses in our districts and we look at the rehabilitation component, we're able to look at the testing from a standpoint of our kids, of some of our elders. And this is one of those things that's very, very important. Also be able to provide education as well as the rehabilitation work. So what this does here is just allows for us to be able to sort of continue. It is a supplemental grant. We do intend to apply for up to $2 million. There is a match. The match will come from our federal funding. So at this time, we ask for your approval.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Pulliam.
I just have a quick question, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Director Welcher, thank you for that information. Is the lead funding, is that just for lead paint only, or is that lead found anywhere in the home, like via water as well as paint?
Yes, it's in entirety.
Okay.
I mean, I think what this does is this supplemental grant allows for us to be able to sort of expand our testing from a radon perspective and other things. But the more in-depth we continue to go into various communities to revitalize, we want to be sure that our armor, our community development armor, is full.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, sir.
You're welcome.
Director Welcher, is this the testing that, if you get the grant, is the testing just for housing, or is it for buildings, or is it specifically for houses with someone living in it?
You know what? I have my manager here today, and he's been itching to speak. So let me allow him to sort of articulate that answer.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah. Can I have your name?
My name is Darrell Grant, Housing Community Development. Could you repeat the question, please?
The question is, for lead base, removing the lead out of a structure, is it just specific to a house, or buildings, churches, or what?
This particular grant will serve as a residential of all homes pre-1978.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for?
Okay. Okay, we need a quick motion.
We have a motion. You ready to vote?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It's unanimous. Item number 4 is the motion to accept the budget retreat summary as a foundation for the fiscal year 25 budget priorities.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. As you know, every year during our budget retreat, we take notes as well as compile the information received from the commission, present that information back to you as well as our department directors and our department leaders. Many of the departments have already submitted their budget requests, and as I, your interim administrator, will begin to craft the recommended budget from my office, I will take the priorities that you have already outlined and present them back to you in a form of an enumerated request. So I'm requesting of you today to accept this information as a foundation for our FY25 budget.
Any questions? Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Ms. Dowse, will you want to give us a quick overview of what that summary is?
Sure. On June 17th, the Office of the Administrator hosted our FY25 budget retreat, which had a theme of Start with Why. We held that retreat at the newly renovated Bell Auditorium, and after a brief introduction as we worked our way through the agenda, each department director had an opportunity to speak with all of our commissioners in a session that I would like to affectionately name a think tank. You may recall all of the department directors were very forthcoming with their thoughts and plans and ideas of what they felt a better Augusta would appear. And in this particular case, there were some high-level topics that were extracted from that conversation. And of those, the first would be building maintenance. The commission expressed an interest in ensuring our facilities have the capital funds to maintain all of our facilities in good working condition. This theme was also stretched to include facilities as well as building maintenance in our SPLOS 9 planning, so that may sound familiar. As well as number 2, under infrastructure improvements, which would include equipment, both fire as well as information technology, expressed interest in the need for additional equipment within their departments. And this by no way excludes our roadways as well as our underground utilities. Keep in mind that we've recently approved a $80 million bond for our Augusta Utilities Department, but they too will be submitting a budget which will have some repair needs included. And then last, but certainly not least, would include our personnel. We know that Human Resources has an ongoing plan with our compensation and pay classification study, as well as continued training for our staff from Human Resources standpoint, and improved communication between the Augusta Commission and our staff. This will allow for allocation for mental health days, as well as salary increases to promote competitive wages, and the recruitment and retainage of existing personnel and new personnel. So that concludes my brief overview of what you all each experienced on June 17th.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the budget retreat summary as information.
Ms. Bonner, we got a motion and a second.
You want to do it without objection?
Without
since
objection.
It's information. Committee,
Without
receive
objection.
as information.
Yes.
Item number 6, a motion to receive a PowerPoint presentation on succession planning as information.
Commissioner Scott, as Director Ruckert makes her way up, this is as a result of a request from Commissioner Garrett. While we have already been working on plans for succession planning, Director Ruckert has put together what a succession plan is proposed to look like, not only for Augusta, but how it would work in conjunction with a previously directed task from this body to include what annual plans for holding our department directors accountable for merit systems would also look like. So please note that while succession planning will be presented to you today, it will come as a package deal, as we will bring you additional information that you've already requested as it relates to accountability and responsibility for our department directors.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Glad to see everybody. Smile. I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but I'm really passionate about this succession plan. It is very important that we put something at the foundation of where we're going. And thank you, Commissioner Garrett, for even thinking about it. And yes, this is something that's pretty important. And so I'm just going to move on to what exactly is a succession plan. A succession plan is going to reduce our loss in critical positions. It's a way of putting a plan in place to address some of our vacancies that we have. It's also a way to just be progressive in transitioning in our leadership roles. Succession planning is going to help us monitor those unforeseen, unexpected losses that we have in our leadership roles, in those key roles throughout our organization. Succession planning, who receives help in this area? It is for everyone, from the top down, our leadership, our managers. Everyone gets involved and plays a role in your succession planning. What does it actually do? It evaluates. It helps us train. It puts training in place to support promotion, retention. That's what the succession plan actually does for our organization. It allows us to do long-range planning and creating long-range visions for our departments. The other thing, as I have here, is number one. What's really important is cost. Succession planning helps us look out for extended or unnecessary costs that we experience. It also provides developmental opportunities for all of our employees. Those things help when we look at retaining our employees and when we look at recruiting. So how do we identify those things? As you can see, I've created steps. I'm not going to go over every single step, but I am going to highlight a couple that are really important. Selecting high potential employees. This comes in the recruitment space. Evaluating the readiness. That's the training component. All of our employees should be engaged in some manner of training every year. There should be some training. The succession plan is the base. The training would be the middle component that everyone is engaged in. And that's how our leadership would make plans, because they are able to identify on their teams who's ready to move up, who's ready to be promoted, and learn their skill set. And we would be able to track all of that and help support their skill set by providing them with additional training. Now, what are we doing now? The HR department currently has all of these trainings right now on the books. We right now train every department that is looking for training for their departments. So we have these in place. This number is going to continue to go up. Now, as always, I never ask for anything, but I do have an ask. We need to make trainings mandatory. We need to make some trainings mandatory. What that means is compliance trainings need to be mandatory. When you are being promoted, managers, deputies, directors, there needs to be a level of mandatory trainings that you should be engaged in. So I am asking if I can work with the administrator's office to create those mandatory trainings, put those series in place to support every employee. Finally, one more thing that I'm asking. This process is not an overnight success. It takes about 3 years to put an effective succession plan in place because it's going to require us to change how people do things, get them engaged in participating in training, getting people involved in in-person and online training. So simply my ask is that we work with the administrator's office and we really dig deep and comprise a plan to engage our employees in an ongoing succession plan that's going to help department directors, deputies, and managers. And in the end, we'll have a more healthy and more engaged employment because people will see that there are opportunities here for them to grow. That's it.
Thank you, Director Rucker. You was correct when it comes to training, and everyone should be training from the administrator, from the commissions, the elected body, the administrators, and down to the department heads, and subsequently to your manager and your line staff. Everybody should be engaged in some kind of training each year, if possible. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Director Rooker, I want to just take my hat off to you. We don't thank you enough for the hard work that you do on behalf of the city. We know that a lot of things come in your office that we probably will never hear about. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
And it's really good to hear you talk about succession planning, and it's good to hear you talk about training. It's wow that we have to make it mandatory, but I think that training is always a good thing. I can't understand why anybody wouldn't want to further themselves and train. So I think this is a good thing for the city. And mentioning, eliminating this glass ceiling type of thing, understanding that there's room for you to grow within our organization is huge. And so it's really good to hear you say that. I would love to make the motion to allow the HR director to work with our administrator to create a plan around that. But I see there's another colleague in the queue. Should I wait till after that, or can I make the motion? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Well, listen, I'll make the motion to authorize the HR department and the administrator to come together to bring us back a plan. I'll make that motion, then I'll get out of the queue.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garrett, or should we vote first?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
still discussion. He can hear. Yeah.
I'll make it quick.
We're just going to take it as information on my team, but you go ahead.
Thank you. Director, I appreciate you getting this initial plan together, and it's good to see that there is definitely an emphasis on the continuing training. I think it's important at all levels within our government. The one thing that I was really hoping to see, though, was what is the plan? I know you said it's going to take 3 years to implement. What's the plan of action if something happens before then? Especially, and the initial discussion around this topic was at that director level. I mean, you look across our organization right now, we have a lot of interims, and I think you've even told us before, no one should ever be in an interim role over 6 months. And how do we prevent that? How do we plan for that? And one of the things that I'm really hoping that there is a plan somewhere. I mean,
There will be.
okay.
Yes, you are correct. Today, we don't have a plan in place, but we will have a plan in place. Like I said, I'd like to work with the administrator's office because this has to be done in phases. It's not going to be something that happens overnight, and it's not going to be a foolproof plan next year. It happens in phases. And so we do have to, number one, put these phases in place to where the leadership understands their responsibility in the succession planning, meaning the directors. Then number two, we have to, all of us and the commission, make some decisions on, okay, if we end up with an interim role, what does that really mean? Does that mean we can only do 6 months, which is what our policy says, or does that mean that we are going to have some flexibility in there? So it is going to mean that we're going to have to make some hard decisions and stick to them.
Yep. Okay. Well, thank you, and look forward to seeing how this all comes together.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, we have a motion, ma'am. Motion? You have one. We vote. Voting. It's unanimous.
Thank you. And Ms. Bond, I believe that's all
Yes, ma'am.
for administrative service. Madam Clerk, seems like we're going to be skipping over public safety and going, well, we already did, going to administrative services. Now we're in engineering, so I'd like to call engineering services to order, please. Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that being said, if my colleagues do not object, I'd like to set items numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And item number 12.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonham, you going to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Garrett.
Thinking about it.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Let's see. All right, we'll go to item number 11.
Okay. Item 11 is to provide an update on the schedule for lot maintenance on city-owned lots, ditches, right-of-ways, and creeks.
Excuse me, okay. I'm sorry about that. Mrs. Bonner, may we go back to 10, if that's
Sure.
okay?
Sure.
Thank you for calling that to my
Item
attention.
10 is to discuss the service level delivery strategy for engineering as it pertains to repaving streets and filling potholes.
Okay. Commissioner from the 2nd.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairwoman, if I could have Dr. Malik come up, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm very good, thank you.
That's good. So I had a question regarding the service level delivery strategy. What is the time frame for getting potholes and streets repaved? I know we've been discussing this a lot lately.
So regarding the pothole, Commissioner, as once we notify engineering maintenance, either do in-house or depending on the nature of the pothole, within 24 to 48 hours, we take care of the pothole. As mentioned previously, one of the disconnect is, not every reported pothole is really a pothole. So the potholes we address in 24 to 48 hours, but some may be some failing system underground all, and that will take longer time, It may take a couple of weeks, couple of months, and sometimes it goes on to the years,
And as far as street repaving?
So the paving is an ongoing process each year. Engineering developed the list. The list includes the request from, the elected officials, this body, from the homeowner association, engineering assessment, and then we kind of blend the list. I shared the list a couple of weeks back with this body. So that is the right now in letting or in the procurement. The bid will open on 28th of this month. So that's one of the largest package engineering put it out. That's roughly going to be around $14–15 million resurfacing. But normally it's around, it used to be $2 to $3 million. And then we increased to 5, and lately we're doing 6.5 because we're using TIA discretionary fund, LMAG fund, and also from SPLOST funds. In 2016, stormwater utility also helped because some of the funds we shifted that. So that's the plan for the road resurfacing on that. And the reason it was delayed, there was a gap between the resurfacing contract we just finished and when we put out, because plus 9 allocation, original allocation, engineering, road resurfacing funds were allocated at the tail end, like 26, 27, 28. So there was not enough money to really move the resurfacing program at a pace we would like to see, but with the collection increase and commission make a change about a year and a half or hour, the funds are moved forward. So that's what we worked through it to put this package together, which I shared that information on that. Yeah.
So my follow-up to that, Dr. Malik, is there an order in which, first off, let's talk about the street repaving. Is there an order that you go in? So I know you provided us with a list, but how are we determining, or what are your metrics for determining which streets get repaved first? Because there are some streets that are being consistently brought to my attention, I don't know about my colleagues, that are consistently repaved. It looks like they may have a pothole here or there, but they seem to be consistently in working condition, for lack of a better way of saying that. However, there are some streets that look as though, for me, riding through my district, because I've been in my district for, I'm gonna just tell my age here, since 1997, 98, and it looks like they've never been touched. And so they're potholes. When you ride through, you have to go very, very slow. And I understand that it's back streets, so maybe they're not the path that's taken on a daily basis by some, but for my constituents that live in those areas, they are riding those streets on a daily basis. And so what are the metrics that have been put in place to say, okay, I've repaved this street 7 times in the past 20 years, because I just gave about a 20-year time span. And I'm not saying it's been 7 times. I don't know the amount. I haven't been keeping up with it like that. But then there's Mill Street, maybe, that has not been repaved in that 20-year time frame. So how are you determining where the streets are on the list?
So presently, as I mentioned, is a request from the commissioner of that district, also for citizen and for us, and depending on the funds available, my goal approach is to spread across the service area. So we select that unless the road is really in bad shape or safety hazards, we will pull that road. But otherwise, we have running list, and if you review the list, information I provided is spread out throughout all the commission districts. But engineering department about a year and a half started the entire road payment assessment, and we're working through it. The delay is caused because the company we started with got bought out. It's a common scenario, and the people who are working are the professional engaged in our project. Either they left or moved out. So we we are working with the new staff. They're equally qualified, but we have to kind of reestablish that. So we should have that information in the next few months, and some of the slides I share as +9. So that will give us the complete assessment and the rating of our entire network, which is 1,080 miles. And that rating will give where the roads are. And that time, we will set the priority based on that rating, what the road condition is, and which one should go first. And then engineering will bring it back to this body, because this body has to approve, what that priority is. So, yeah.
Okay. So in the meantime, because some of these streets are in dire need, is it safe to say that when constituents call 311, or as we continue to get requests for these streets, we can just, of course, send it to the administrator, who will then include you in as well, and you or a member of your staff can go out, because you should be able to see if there's like 10 potholes and half the street is missing, that obviously that needs to be at the top of the list. And so would that be the proper way in doing that?
Yeah, so, recently we also made some change. If there are, several potholes that we're going there, so there is a transition period, the middle ground, which is patching. And we start using that, like 20 feet, 30 feet of the bad area. We go back and pave that area. So yes, that's okay. The approach we will take for that situation. And recently we did several roads for that. The recent one I can think about, there, Walton Way, we did a few patches there. I think we did a few in District 6
yes.
there too, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I want to give it over to my colleagues. My last thing was the service level delivery strategy. You said that it takes 24 to 48 hours to respond to potholes. However, on the documents that we have for the service level delivery strategies that I had requested last year before the close of the year, it says 1 year. So if that could be updated to what you have been consistently telling us, that would be great as well, so that we have realistic expectations and it's not a year. It's the 24 to 48 hours, or however long it takes. I don't want to give a time frame because I'm not an engineer, but it shouldn't take 1 year. And on page 2, it says a year for completion. So if I don't know, I'm not on the engineering committee, but however that can be in the form of a motion, or however that needs to be. But
Yeah, I mean, I will verify, double check, because if this is 1 year, that's the error,
Okay.
One shape or form. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you so much for answering my questions, Dr. Malik.
Dr. Malik, I got a quick question for you before I go to my colleague over in the 1st District. You and I have been talking about one of those roads since before I got on the commission, and I got constituents that are reaching out to me, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but maybe by now 7 times. One of them lives on this road. It's one of the main arteries of to me, and maybe to a lot of other people, is Wrightsboro Road between North Leg and Highland. And last week, with all the rain, we have those ruts that are so bad. And I know that patching and fixing, we're beyond that point on Wrightsboro Road, way beyond it. And I was just curious as to where we are with that. I was thinking that there was SPLOST fund money from 7 for Wrightsboro Road, and I'm just wondering when this project is going to take place so I can let my constituents know something, so that they're not reaching out through emails to me constantly about this project. Can we get a roundabout time or what's going on there?
Yes, the Wrightsboro Road between Highland Avenue and Jackson Road and North Lag. So that's under contract. This body already awarded the contract. And we already have a pre-construction meeting. So, there will be barrel very soon on that road. So the construction will start this year. And then, so we phased out that project. Originally we bid year and a half ago, it was $16 million, but that include everything, like sidewalk, lighting, all. So we rescoped the project, redesigned it. So it's just the road itself, because that's critical, and that's around $7 million. And then we doing solar lighting as a separate project on the same road, but we worked through that, and then we will fix the sidewalk and other ones. So the road reconstruction is already under contract on that. I don't have a real schedule with me, but the construction definitely will start this year because all the work already been done. We got the contract executed. We already have pre-construction meeting. One of the challenges, we have only 2 contractors, reconstruction and personnel in our area. So one of the 2 getting the contract, and they are stretched thin. So it's kind of challenging for us to get them out and do the work. And you know, if anybody has any recommendations, we can reach out to other contractor. And you know, we have resurfacing bid out still. We got Magnet Dirt Road out there. So there are several others coming. So that's really one of the other challenges, that we're only working with 2 contractors.
So probably, what, this year, next year? Do we know? This year?
Yeah, it should start, construction start this year, definitely.
Well, when that starts, I'm going to be doing cartwheels. I can't wait.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go to my colleague. Yeah, I hadn't done one of those in years. I'm going to go to District 1, Commissioner Jordan Johnson. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
I want to be out there when you do those cartwheels, I'm telling you.
I'll let you know. Y'all come out.
But that's a good question because, you know, somebody said on Facebook the other day that Riceburg Road to change your radio station if you go a little bit too fast. So I'm glad we're getting to a better place there. Question, Dr. Malik, when you mentioned years for a pothole to be fixed, can you kind of share what would constitute it taking a year to fix a pothole?
No, sir. I say if somewhere it says year, that's the error. You know?
Okay. All right. And then pavement, help me understand it. Is it in-house or out-house? Do we do that in-house, the pavement and the pothole filling, or is that procured out? Just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
So the pothole primarily we do in-house, but the pavement is all contract services.
So when it comes to filling those potholes, what's stopping us from doing? I know years ago, may have been maybe 3 years ago, we talked about a pothole palooza program to where if your staff saw a pothole, they just could just go fill it or something like that. I know other cities have commitments to filling X amount of potholes a year. And I believe the city of Atlanta or some other city was, if the department saw a pothole, they could just take the truck out and fill it right then and there. Is there anything preventing us from doing something like that here in Augusta, Richmond County?
I mean, on average, engineering is fixing around 100, 102 a month potholes. And, we keep the running sheet, I can share with you all, with all our activities we do. So, our service area is much larger, so doing something like that, it becomes challenging because once we know the pothole, engineering try to fix it because of the risk and liability exposure we have. So holding pothole for extended time to have 20, 30 to really do that is kind of, that's the thing you had to weigh out, which one, the risk one.
Yeah, I agree. Y'all do a pretty good job with filling them. Yeah. I guess our concern is really how do we get to the point where we don't have to call it in? Like, how do we get to the point where I don't have to send you a list of, 40 potholes between James Brown Boulevard and, Hopkins Street or Carey Street? Like, how do we get to that point? And I guess that's where we're trying to be a little creative. Is it a funding thing? Is it a, availability of workers? What is that? How do we get to that point? Because I'm telling you, between James Brown and, let's just say 12th Street, potholes galore. If you need a pothole, you can find one there. So how do we get to the point where we don't have to call those in?
I mean, we do have a mechanism, but if there's a need or, this body feel like we create a dedicated phone line or something, or email, I mean, we can do that.
Are you familiar with any of those rapid repair programs that I'm mentioning? the rapid pothole repair programs. Are you familiar with any of those?
Like the one Odie tried doing?
I mean, I read few, but those are primarily in the city limits. You know, if city of Augusta, the previous city, there are a lot of things doable because the very, you know, it's a manageable area in a short time in terms of time frame. So.
Okay. All right. We're going. Let's continue this conversation because it sounds like what you're saying is that it could work, but we just have to figure out how to make it work. Am I thinking correctly on that?
Yeah, I mean, if dedicated line is needed or email or something, yes, we can work through that, and you know,
Would that be something that you
engineering,
would work
we
with?
do have dedicated email for some other function. We can create another one.
Could the administrator and 3-on-1 and you meet to kind of decide what that will look like? Because I know there should be a way to do that through 3-on-1. Is there a follow-up that we can have on this topic to make sure that we speed this process up?
Sure, yeah. I mean, if really there is a high demand for pothole, we can always mobilize the contract services. So we're not going to wait for in-house resource.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not on the committee, so I yield it back to you, Madam Chair, but I was just making sure that we at least get that ball rolling.
Thank you for that. I'm in agreement with you on that, Commissioner Johnson. I'm going to go to District 8, Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Malik, so in SPLOST State, I remember there was a big item in SPLOST State specifically for road paving. I'm trying to recall what that number was. Madam Administrator, do you remember?
Yeah.
Was it like 30 million?
23 million.
23?
23.
All right. So have we collected those funds yet? Not all. And I know that that number started at like 30 or 40, and just because of the sizes of the other projects, we had to whittle it down some. Have you been able to utilize any of that funding yet?
So once we get through the contract, which is in the bill right now, I think we're going to very close, 17, 18 million probably will be obligated.
Get one big project out of it.
Yeah.
But didn't Wrightsport Road already have other allocations in previous SPLOSTs to get paved?
Yeah, so it was recapturing, so yes, sir, yeah. And the short answer, yeah. So it's already been
where did that funding
contracted, it's under contract.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand, like, I don't know what the allocations were in the previous SPLOST, but
I think it was around 3 or 4 million, 4 million maybe, top of my head.
okay. And
Yeah.
so I guess we just spent that on trying to keep the road open.
Yeah, so.
So you mentioned very early in response to Commissioner Pulliam that you only had 2 paving contractors. Why is that?
I mean, that's the Augusta has only 2 main I don't know, because nobody else, everybody is busy. You know, if you drive around this, not only the state.
I'm just asking this question because I just watched North Augusta simultaneously pave 3 different roads at the same time within about 3 weeks. I mean, it was quite freaking impressive. And I'm just curious, when we're approaching these projects, it seems like we piecemeal so many of them together. Is it a funding mechanism problem, or is it the way that we're approaching these projects problem? I'm just trying to understand why I watch surrounding communities be able to tackle big problem areas all at once and really make a impact that their citizens can truly see. I feel like it seems like when we do projects or do SPLOST projects or any of these big projects, I feel like we're just shooting a shotgun shell with the smallest level buckshot in there that we can get. So I don't feel like we're making an impact. We're just hitting lots of places.
I really don't want to go into detail, but I'm somewhat familiar how the other projects are done. So it's not. We try to. If our project, we want to do a complete project. It includes a lot of things. For example, some may not mill it; they just resurface it. And so there are others. There are a lot of factors which make it different what we do and what others does. But the process-wise, I think everybody uses the same process.
So the contractors that North Augusta was able to use, did they borrow them from one of our contractors? I mean, it was just interesting to watch how they mobilized all of that equipment over there and, I mean, really knocked it out. I mean, and they covered a bunch of ground from, you know, Martintown Road, George Avenue, and I'm trying to remember the name of that other road they did. But anyway. Yeah, the Walmart, whatever that road is that Walmart's on.
But look at I-20 bridge. It's taking forever to finish it. You know, the Fury Ferry.
That's not an Augusta project. That's GDOT. I just watched how our surrounding communities are doing things a little differently. I don't know if we need to go borrow some of their tactics or go steal their contractors. But I don't know. Something's got to change because, once again, we've got projects that have been hanging out here. I mean, you look at Wrightsville Road, I think it's been on 3 different SPLOST projects, and nobody can really point to anything that's been done. So
I mean, again, you know, we can reduce the scope.
I do want to make a recommendation before we move on that to task somebody from your department, preferably you or Charlie, to meet with the interim administrator in 311 to set up a direct or a specific phone or email just for potholes, because I know you probably get tired of all 10 or 11 of us up here texting you every day about potholes we're seeing. So,
Should we put that in a motion to approve?
yeah, I'll make that a motion.
Okay, I'll second. All right, let me go ahead to Administrator Dowse.
Thank you, Commissioner McKnight. I asked Kelly Walker, our 311 manager, to come to the meeting today because we have a process. We have a dedicated line, which is 311, and if someone were to report a pothole, there is a service request line for potholes. So if you could, Commissioner McKnight, will you allow her to speak so she can communicate our current process and what it entails when a citizen or a constituent calls 311 and reports a pothole in the area?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming today, Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kelly Walker, Augusta 311 office. I'm glad you called on me. We've had the pleasure of servicing the city of Augusta for 11 years now for non-emergency services. A lot, and the majority of what we do is for our engineering department. I looked in our system just as I was sitting in the audience, and there's over 634 requests that we've taken in alone just this year. So we need to look a little bit further as to what the issue is. And it's not the fact that the citizens aren't reporting the issues, it's what happens after, right? Currently, the requests hit our system, and once they are addressed or reviewed by the department, they're closed out, and then a work order is created. From that point, the citizen no longer has access to what is going on with that particular request. And I'm speaking only specifically for our engineering work order or requests that come into the system. So I have created maps, heat maps. Our IT department helped do that. I can pull in that request for that particular year, and we can actually see exactly where those concentration areas are. Where are the requests coming from? What are the citizens needing? And hopefully that will allow or assist engineering with making those decisions as it relates to your question, Commissioner Pulliam, of when it was entered, what is the concentration area? We just need to use the technology that we really currently have in place.
So when it's entered, let me ask you this. When someone calls 311, they report a pothole, how long does it take for y'all to get the information over to get it taken care of?
It's immediate. It's immediate. It immediately goes, well, let's give a 5-minute delay for our system to take that information. There's 4 different ways that they can send this information to the department, but it bypasses 311 and it goes to those engineering coordinators that go out and they check that request and they create the appropriate work order. So they receive it in minutes.
Am I allowed to ask how many engineers there are that take those requests when they are immediately sent over? How many would we roughly have that take these requests that are able to immediately get out there or take care of that? Yeah. Charlie.
You're talking about the number of folks that we got to look at those requests? Right now, we're at 7.
7 people, 7 employees, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? I got Commissioner Garrett's in the queue.
Yeah. Commissioner Guilfoyle, did you drop out on purpose?
I did.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Kelly a question. So when their department receives the work or the information from 311,
The request, yes, sir.
it still shows up as item closed. That's, we hear that all the time from our constituents. This says it's closed, but nothing's been done. I know we've had this discussion before. On the engineering side, is there any checks or oversight to make sure that the work has been completed before these work orders are closed, or?
So their current process is to close out the request once the initial investigation is completed. That disconnects the communication between the citizen and the department. Now they work on the work order. So we no longer have access to track that information because that's at the department level.
All right, Charlie, I think you had something you want to say, or were you not?
Can you say that again? I was talking to Dr. Malik.
Sir?
Can you say what you said again? I was talking to Dr. Malik.
Sure. When the request is received from 311, the engineering department, they go out there, they check the request, and then the request is closed out when the work order is completed. But that disconnects the communication between the citizen and the department because the request has been closed.
So when you do the work, is the work order, or when you just go look and see what needs to be done, is the work order closed then, or does it stay open until the work's done?
When our guys make their initial assessment, they make it off of the service request. If it's something small that they can handle there, they usually carry a bag or two or maybe 3 cold patch on their truck. They may fix it right on the spot and close it out as a service request, or they may create a work order and then close it out. If it's something we have to use a hot patch machine for, it will definitely have a work order created, and then we got a crew with a hot patch machine that will go out on a daily basis when the weather's decent. I mean, we can't do it in the rain, and patch the ones that need the hot mix, which the majority of them do require hot mix.
Dr. Malik, I'm going to come back to you. I asked you a question a while ago about why we only have 2 contractors. Do we need to go find more contractors, or are you saying there's none in this area?
I mean, we try, I reach out to GDOT, but if we can find more, yeah, we can share the information, we can send the contact to the procurement.
And if we were able to find more contractors to do work, do we have the funding to do the work?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a funding, but contractor need to be, the qualified contractor, which is, we follow the GDOT qualification process, that the contractor are qualified to do the work.
So if there's only 2 contractors that do road paving, who's paving all these new neighborhoods?
Okay,
I'm going to leave it there. Something just doesn't make sense, but that's fine.
Commissioner, I would like to state in closing that the body approved a request and work order policy that states that the request should remain open until the work is performed. Most of our departments, 95% of the departments, they follow that to make sure that constituents are receiving accurate information. Right now, currently, our engineering department is closing out those requests, which probably leads to a lot of the phone calls and concerns that you receive because the work has not been performed yet.
All right, I'm going to go to Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so thank you for saying that, because that was, as I'm big on processes and procedures, everyone knows that. I talk about it all the time. Why is what Ms. Walker is saying, why is that occurring? Why are we not following the process that was put in place? If someone calls, because I preach about 311 in every meeting I'm in, and I see some of my constituents in the audience, and they will tell you that. I'm big on call 311, make sure you ask for your work order number before you hang up. Give about, I tell people 5 to 10 days. You're saying 24 to 48 hours, and I appreciate that. But I say give them 5 to 10 days, because I get that you get a lot of work orders, right? And so I want to give people a realistic expectation. But if the process is not being followed, then how can I tell people to believe in it? This is the process that we have put in place as a body. It has to be followed. And so it would eliminate some of the calls and the emails that we get if they can just call 311. Once they call it, you fix it, or whatever department it's going to, they fix the problem and then close it out. So now we know this work order is completed, and then it's reported back to you as completed. So can we please just follow the process that's in place? Yes, sir.
Can I respond to that? So really, the system we're using is a work order system. And we had that discussion way back when Ms. Das was the director. And in the work request, we suggested certain, wording or verbiage that the work order has been created and request has been shifted to the work order, so citizens will know the process going. In my opinion, there's a limitation of the software we use, that's what is creating that disconnect. But we're working through that, the work request and work order. That's really, it is a work order, which we're working off on that. So, so that's something, we can work with that, but that's a body, we want us to just keep it work request. It's just a matter of wording, how you want to keep it, but that's the workflow goes. It goes from work request to work order and then completion and end. So, and that's not the recent conversation, that conversation was ongoing for 5 years or more, and we suggested how to move forward with that. So city work is not the system. I used city work back in 2004 when I was city of Griffin, so it's not something new to me, actually. When I came here, I brought that up, and that time nobody really listened. So we just started using city work, where other communities are using some other software. They already move on to all that. So, so that's where we are. We're working through right now. Still, we're gonna working through what we discussed, the service level, because as a director, I don't have a comfort level what 311 is trying to dictate to us how we should provide the service. Because how they,
I will say this,
Yeah.
Commissioner Pulliam. The reason why we have request and work orders is a request has a one-to-many relationship, while the work order, it's specific. It's supposed to be action-oriented. You cut, you clean, you mow, but the request, that's why the system was created that way. So I can have one request that creates 4 or 5 different action items, but we really need that request to remain open, because that's the citizens' interpretation of what they see, what needs to be done. So that's why the system was created in that way.
And that's what my last part is. Dr. Malik, thank you for what you're saying. I just want it to be completely clear for everyone that's watching, for everyone in the audience, and even for me and my colleagues. What is the process? How should this process be followed? They should call 311. It creates a work order number, and then what should happen after that? That way, everyone's on the same page.
When they contact 311, a request number is created. The department, regardless, outside of engineering, but just the system, because we have 4 or 5 different systems, that the CityWorks is just one of those systems that we communicate with. So depending on the departmental specific system, it will send that information out to that department, where the work order, the work that needs to be performed, is then done. The request should remain open, and then once all of the work orders come back, the request is closed out.
And you 311.
And notification is automatically sent. 311 is not communicating unless it's by phone or email.
But you will close out the request, or that
The department closes out their work order.
Closes out the work order.
Once all the work orders close, the system automatically closes the request.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You are welcome. Thank you, Ms. Kelly Walker, for being here today. And I don't think I have anybody else in the queue. Thank you, Charlie, and Dr. Malik as well. All right, I'm going to move on. Madam Chair, receive as information, please. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. All right, did you want to go ahead and you put the motion? All right, well, let's go ahead and
The
vote. I'm
motion-
sorry. But we've been discussing this. I've already forgotten. All right.
The motion is to task the Engineering Services Department to meet with the administrator and 311 as it relates to the process for reporting pothole issues, et cetera. So, you meeting?
Commissioner, it was my understanding that I was suggesting that there was no need to meet because there was a process. Ms. Walker explained the process. Dr. Malik explained his process. So essentially, we've just met.
So I was right all along. There was no motion. Okay.
So the Augusta Commission has already approved a policy regarding how city works and service requests should be entered and followed. Citizens, in the event they encounter a pothole or any other non-emergency matter, would contact Augusta 311. 311 representatives would enter the service request. The responding department, in this case, Augusta Engineering, would receive the request for a pothole, go out, assess the request, assess the pothole, note any changes or needs in the system. If a work order is needed, they would create a work order from the service request. Once the work has been completed, engineering would close out the work order, which would simultaneously close out the service request. The citizen who made the initial request would then receive an email stating that their service has been closed. And that is the exact process that the commission approved a few months back.
So why isn't that working now?
Tag me in, come on.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead to, if y'all don't mind me going to
Dr. Malik just explained his understanding of the process and how his department was processing those service requests as they came in from 311. But I think he now understands it to be clear and will now create work orders from the service requests as stated.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Johnson, District 1.
Are we clear? That's what I want to know. Because if we had this conversation a few months ago, we should not be having it today. And being that we're having it today means that we're not clear. So where's the enforcement? And then what happens in the event that this continues? Because again, when we met in your office, someone called me a 301 agent. I'm going to tell you who. But that's what commissioners have really turned into, right? So in the event that this does not happen or that this enforcement is not, followed through with, what course of action should this body take?
Commissioner, my office will monitor 311 encounters, particularly as it pertains to service matters of this type, as well as others, and we will be more than happy to report back to this body our findings within the next 3 months, and we will continue to monitor them, as well as hold our department directors accountable for following our processes.
Thank you, Ms. Dowse. And then lastly, is there a way to pull a report of all pothole requests that have been submitted through 301 and maybe even from the commission?
Yes, I can have a report forwarded to this body.
Okay, and if that report is forwarded to the department director, could we expect to see that list being worked through within that same time frame?
I'll be happy to provide you with an update regarding the department's expectation or based upon their available resources on how he would plan to meet those needs. But yes, 311 can provide you with a report as well as an update from Augusta Engineering on a time frame for completion.
Thank you, Ms. Dowse.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, too. Madam Chair, it does seem that we do have a motion on the floor. Can we have that repeated, the motion? I did second.
Well, why don't we have a substitute motion to receive all this as information? And then
Receive as
that'll be it.
information.
Okay.
No objection.
Got a motion and a second. All right. Got a motion and a second. And we're done. We're going to go to, we got item number 13.
How about item number 11?
Yo, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
We've been talking about roads for over an hour. I'm sorry, everybody. Let's go to item number 11.
Item 11 is to provide an update on the schedule for lot maintenance on city-owned lots, ditches, right-of-ways, and creeks.
Okay, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. Dr. Malik, if I could have you come back up, please, sir.
Hey, Dr. Malik.
Dr. Malik, was a schedule turned into the administrator's office for lot maintenance for city-owned properties at any point in time? I'm asking that question because if not, then I know we've been having, so let me start it with this. We've been having discussions about city-owned properties and lot maintenance since I got on the commission and probably before then, but I talk about it a lot because that is most of the calls I get. And as I rode through Nellyville and Turpin Hill specifically in my area, there's definitely a need for it. It looks as though it has been forgotten. And I don't know a better way of saying that. And anyone that wants to ride through when they leave this meeting today, they will see exactly what I'm speaking of. And so with that, I know that all of the properties are not city-owned. So it's not just your department, but I do want to know for those city-owned lots and ditches and things of that nature, has an ongoing schedule been created so that we can address those areas?
So presently, there's no separate schedule for the lots. You know, as they come, we put on the list. Is it city-owned or the private-owned, or the land bank? Normally, land bank, we let them know that they need to take, but city-owned is lumped into the overall. And then it's tied back to the funding allocation, which is $350,000 for this year. And then based on that, we do lump them in a group so contractor can cover a lot more in the area. So sometimes they wait, but that's the process we use, and it's 15 to 20 lots a week they do, and it's around 6,000 per week. That's what it is. So we kind of distributed that throughout the year, divided by 350, 6,000. So, I mean, we speed up, but then all the funds be depleted before the year ends. So. And that's what, back in the work session, we went through it, and I made some suggestion, recommendation, for the next year, how we'll be able to get a lot more done.
Okay. And a follow-up to that is I'm not on this committee, so I'm not on engineering committee, but what I would like to see happen and what I would like for my colleagues to support is we did have a work session, and thank you for bringing that up. And in that work session, we had several departments that, as you said, it's not just engineering, it's land bank owned, it's RCCI, as well as the marshal's office. They participate in some things as well. I don't think I'm leaving anyone out, but different departments have great programs available. So what I would like to see is for us to get this conquered once and for all, where these departments, even if they have to come together to form some type of schedule, whoever is responsible for whatever area they're responsible for, because I would like for this to be the last summer that anyone's area looks like that. It's disheartening. It hurts as I'm riding through for an hour, snapping pictures and taking videos, because I would not want to be next door. So whether it's city-owned, private-owned, and code enforcement has to get involved, whatever it is, it needs to stop now. And so because I'm not on engineering, I cannot make that in form of a motion, but I would like to see something happen where our administrator's office is involved, and in her involvement with this, we make a schedule with the departments that need to be at the table so that this can be accomplished. Thank you for your explanation, Dr. Malik.
But I do have a follow-up question. We can come with schedule, but where the resources going to come?
And so even in some of the programs, I know that the marshal's office, I'm not speaking on their behalf, I'm just trying to repeat what they said here. They have a veterans program. And so I know at one point we had something in place called Keep Augusta Beautiful, and I know that got dismantled, but there were volunteers that came together and people were able to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, people were able to come together and bid on certain areas and lots. So we talked a lot about volunteers pitching in as well as city-owned. So how do we bring these private, public, government partnerships together so that we can get it accomplished? Because other cities are doing it. And so when I'm riding through their cities and I see maintained by XYZ, whatever that company is, and I know on Walton Way, there was a bid that was put out, and I believe Maybaum sign is in the middle of that little median because they bid on something, and so they keep that up. And so if it can be kept up in other areas, I want to see my areas kept up as well. And so maybe looking at programming that is going to implement those things, be it volunteer, be it whatever, but have some type of think tank where we're all at the table and we can come up with that. So that's my answer to what you just said. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You're welcome. Anyway, I'm going to go to Administrator Dowse.
Thank you, Commissioner McKnight. Commissioner Pulliam, yes, there is a schedule. Dr. Malik, as well as Central Services and the Marshal's Office, and even the fire department provided a maintenance cut schedule. I think the concern is, after reviewing the schedule, that some of the streets in particular that you're concerned about are not on the schedule. So it's a difference between marrying the existing schedule, which is his current right-of-way schedule that you provided to us, Dr. Malik, versus some of the other side streets that may very well be privately owned. And if they are indeed privately owned, then that gets us into a conversation with code enforcement to be able to tackle it another way. But I'm concerned that some of the streets, First Avenue, Second Street, so on and so forth, and I might be saying those street names wrong, but particularly in the Nellyville area, that those may be privately owned, which would not fall under Dr. Malik's current right-of-way maintenance schedule. But we can look at that and address it as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Administrator Dowse, I'm going to go to, well, thank you. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to receive this as information. Okay, with no objections. Let's see, now may we go to item number 13.
Item 13, Ms. Shirley Robinson regarding broken water meter and property taxes for solid waste service.
Okay.
Hello, how y'all doing today?
How are you doing, Ms. Robinson?
This is actually my first meeting since I've been back.
Yeah.
I actually
Ms.
became...
Ms. Robinson, first of all, may I get your, for the record, name and address?
Shirley Robinson, 2106 Shamrock Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
All right. Proceed.
So again, this is my first meeting. I'm not really familiar with the decorum. I'll do better next time, but I plan on being at every one of them. Okay. So I'm here to ask the questions that I think the rest of the taxpayers and citizens want to know, that we can't get answers to, that we scratching our head, talking on Facebook posts and, you know, discussing amongst ourselves. And me in particular, like I've just been having work done on my home, on Shamrock doing a kitchen rehab. And so there were a couple of times during construction where the water had to get cut off. And so upon going out there with the contractor, we discovered that the water meter is actually broken in need of repair. And so just in the last 30 days, they come out to repair it 4 times. And so I began to question as the customer and taxpayer about a replacement, maybe just replacing it. Since, you know, 4 times didn't do it, let's maybe get a new one out. And they told me they ordered new meters. And, you know, that they don't replace them at customers' requests. And I say, you know, well, okay, I get that. But, you know, for repairs, I think I kind of qualify, especially when, you know, it's costing me money to not be able to shut this water on and off because I'm having to reschedule with the people that I'm paying by the hour to do this work. So, you know, they gave me this wonderful advice to come register and come to the commission meeting and discuss it here. Also, the bill of it all. I'm not sure, if this particular commission is the one that the Augusta Utilities and Georgia Power and everybody comes to, regulatorily speaking, to, increase this bill. Because from my understanding, there's a vote that happens on that, to decide how much it's going to increase and when and where. So, yeah, I just want to know, why y'all ain't got our back on that? Y'all pay Georgia Power too.
I'm going to ask you a quick question. Maybe I missed out. When you were referring to they, who was they?
They would be Augusta Utilities Department, the supervisor that I spoke with.
Okay, so you haven't reached out to your commissioner?
Oh, yeah. Since 2020, when I became the administrator over the estate. I can't get nobody to call me back or text me back or email me back.
All right, well, let's see if we can get any questions on this. We want to ask
I guess my main question is, who absorbed the cost of those new meters?
Well,
did that get passed on to us via the bill, or did the city actually pay for that?
I'm going to let our director from utilities come up and speak on that, please. Director Westbine.
Good afternoon. The meters themselves, we had to have some trouble obtaining new meters. It was not my understanding that this particular residence had a problem with broken meters. And so I will have to follow up a little closer to see what the specific issue is. We're always very flexible if there's a broken meter with work with everybody on the billing. We look at historical usage. And we try to be accommodative of those things. We have had difficulties obtaining new meters, but most of the breakage is not in the meters, it's in the remote transmitters. And most often, the number one cause, about 80% of our breaks, are caused by people flipping the lids over and yanking the wires out of the transmitters. And in this particular case, they had to be completely replaced. And we have had issues obtaining new ones of those. We're working to the AMI update program right now, and so we're trying not to purchase a lot of additional models of the old version. We've been buying them used from other municipalities and implementing those as they come in. So in this particular case, I'm not 100% certain what the issue was with the broken meter, but I will have to follow up and find that information.
Okay, what was the cost of those used meters?
The used meters, we don't purchase used meters. We purchase used ERTs. There's three portions to a meter. There's the physical body of the meter, which rotates and measures the amount of water that comes through it. There's a register, which transmits that rotating disc in the meter body into a reading, which is what you see on top of your meter. And then there's an electronic recording device called an ERT, which is connected to the register. And so those ERTs we've been getting at $1, $2, $3, $5 a piece. But those are the number one things that are broken when we go out there.
And so again, I was wanting to know how much was spent on that.
Ms. Robinson, I'm sorry. May please direct your questions to me.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay. Thank you.
I'm learning.
Yes, that's all right.
Well, I would like to know, fiscally speaking, out of the budget that they were given for the year to whatever with the maintenance and repairs, how much was spent on those, like you said, the refurbished parts, whatever, that they were getting from other municipalities that still worked and stuff to Band-Aid our situation. Okay. Why not just go ahead and fix it?
All right. I'm going to ask Director Behind if he can answer that question.
I could come back with a breakdown. As y'all certainly know, metering is not a single item that's purchased. It's a human workforce component. It's physical objects. It's time, labor, materials, trucks, all that's run through City Works and accounted for. But in particular, I will return with this information. My understanding of this question was a little bit different, and the information that was given me today does not specifically address the items that she has proposed or has brought forward. And I would like a little bit more time to do that. I can come back at the commissioner. I can contact her directly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bryan. May I suggest that maybe after this, that maybe you two maybe get together and swap phone numbers or get together and talk?
Okay.
Relating to this matter, and then thank you for bringing back the information to us as well.
Very well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for both being here.
Well, it was a second item, too, that they told me had to go to this same, yeah.
All right. Well, solid waste service. We're going to, let's see. I don't, there's Dr. Malik. I thought he had left us. Dr. Malik, do you mind coming on up again?
Sure.
It's been a long day for Dr. Malik.
Yeah, and it's about to get a little
Okay.
longer.
All right. Ms. Robinson, do you want to direct your question to me,
Yeah,
and then I
so,
can go to Dr. Malik?
Yeah, I just recently discovered that I was getting pencil whooped, and I'm going to explain that for y'all, where I was being charged for, I guess, the largest trash can you can, the 95-gallon one, on a condemned boarded up property instead of the unoccupied fee since 2017. Yeah, just discovered that. And then I was told that, well, we've got 3 years that we'll consider. Yeah, well, okay, we see the error here, but you didn't catch the theft in enough time, so I just got to charge that. And so I'm not comfortable with that. I have a real problem with that. Like, I didn't even think that, and again, I'm grieving too at the time, because this is my grandmother's property. She passed in 2017, and then Solid Waste took it upon themselves to stop charging the unoccupied fee and start charging the largest trash can you can fee on the unoccupied, boarded up, condemned home. So my question would be, how do we get that policy changed to where once the taxpayer and voter has, you know, uncovered some financial accidental billing to recoup those funds? Because I'm out of thousands of dollars and I'm told I just got to eat that because I didn't bring it up within the 3-year allotted time. So how do we get that policy changed?
Okay, that's a good question for Dr. Malik to maybe answer as far, because we make policies, but I don't know, can you answer any other solid waste issues she's talking about? As far as policies go, Ms. Robinson, that's within us to decide. Okay, I'm getting to him, please. Got too much going on at once. Dr. Malik, before I go to Commissioner Guilfoyle, I'll go ahead and let you speak.
Yeah, for reimbursement, you know, the policy in place is to follow the Georgia code, and it's been discussed previously too. It's more a legal, really, question, but there is a limitation of 3 years. If the requests come within 3 years, then you know it can be considered for the reimbursement if it's outside that time frame, and that's what the situation you know this residents are referring to is outside that 3-year time frame, and that's the OCGA 48-2-35.
All right, I'm going to go to District 10 Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Robertson, the statute clearly states whether you asking for a reimbursement on taxes or on trash, it is a 3-year time period. That's as far as they could go back. I actually encountered the same challenges that you just brought up, and they told me as well, 3 years is the max.
So shouldn't we stop that from being the norm? It
No,
sucked
ma'am,
when
you
you
would
went
think-
through it. It's sucking right now for me, too. Let's make sure none of the other taxpayers and voters have to go through it and change
Ms.
the
Robertson,
policy.
the challenge is we get a property tax in the bill every year, and we look at it, and if we don't pay attention to it, that's the first thing I do when somebody calls. I'll pull up under GIS the property tax bill to make sure, especially if it's beyond 200 feet from the road, they could be exempt, or if it's a business, they could be exempt. But as far as the 3 years, that's the max they could go as well. But most people will have to look at their property tax bill. Sometimes the responsibility falls on the taxpayers as well. I neglected to do that, and I ended up paying it for a while as well.
And so my problem with that is I should be able to trust my city not to be pencil whooping me in the first place. I shouldn't have to check my tax bill. I should know that I'm being charged the appropriate unoccupied fee like it was when my grandmother was here, living here. I'm living in Atlanta, by the way, managing 3 of her properties, trying to have a life, and my son dropped him off in college. I had a lot going on.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, it was the reason why I didn't check my property tax bill, and I didn't think I had to, you know. So when I finally catch the theft, it was the reaction to it that really troublesome. What made me go down there and register to speak at this meeting. It was the very nonchalant, like kind of like what you've got right now with the, well, me too. Well, that doesn't make it right, sir. and we still
It
should
don't,
stop
but
it.
there's-
We should stop
but
it
there's
from
rules.
happening altogether.
There's rules, and I had to oblige them, live by it. And there was nothing I could do at that
Right, and I
point.
don't feel special at all, but I do vote and pay taxes here. And when I pay too much taxes, I expect my city, who recognizes that I paid too much taxes, by the way, because I got a credit for those first 3 years that they would consider on that property. So the fact that they saw that I was actually overcharged, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's the issue. And so that's why I think maybe some policy being enacted, you know, especially like if it's not my bad that y'all did pontoon math. It's not on me because your mathematical calculations were off and I end up paying more. I trusted your bill and what you said and paid you what you charged me. So on the back end, when I find out that I didn't really owe that much, at any point, there should be no statute of limitation on making something right with the taxpayer, with the constituent, with a voter.
That's fine. To be truthful, it is policy. It is what it states as far as our rules that we have to follow. And I'm sorry, there's nothing we could do beyond 3 years, ma'am.
Well, there's something I can do, and I can civilly sue the city for that money back, and I have a very easy time proving that case because you've admitted, and it's in black and white, that I was overcharged. And so there is recourse that I can take. I would like not to go there, though, because I know it's going to put a target on my back for my other properties.
Madam
so
Chairman.
I would just like to resolve it, you know,
Madam Chair.
here.
Yes, sir.
Can we hear from the attorney, please?
That would be wonderful.
No, I was just going to advise that if Ms. Robinson wants to take legal action, that would be out of the realm of this body, and she has a right to do that. But if she chooses to do that, then we would need to stop communications with her at this time.
That's right. So, Ms. Robinson, we're going to go ahead and end this conversation today. If you decide to take legal, we can't do anything about it. So,
Okay.
Thank
And
you
so
for.
about the water meter issue, they getting replaced or no? I just got to deal with the broken one that's just leaking, and is that on y'all side or mine?
Ms. Robinson, I'm going to let you discuss that outside the chambers with the department director.
Okay, with him.
Ms. Dowse is going.
Okay,
She-
Ms.
yeah,
Dowse.
She's saying what I was saying.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you for showing up, Ms.
And
Robinson.
I got one more question, right? On the 20th, right, that's the committee meetings, like where I would address the tree that I can't cut down without being fined and all of the other issues that I'm having with the city. That's why I discussed that.
All right. Not as the following, the next committee meeting would be the following week.
Okay. And that's where I bring all those issues to the committee meeting.
That'd be great. Administrator Dowse.
Commissioner McKnight, I would like to offer for Ms. Robinson today to speak with my Deputy Administrator, Charles Jackson, to get his phone number, because it sounds like she has several issues with several different departments, and we could assist her with triaging those and sending her in the appropriate route that she should take. But Ms. Robinson, I think we'll be able to assist you.
I really hope so.
In a more user-friendly fashion. How about that?
I've been asking some of these questions since 2020, baby. I really hope so.
All right. Thank you, Administrator Dowse. Good luck with that, Chief, Deputy. Deputy Chief. Okay. All right. That concludes engineering for today. Thank you. Wow.
All right. How? We're going to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right, hearing none, let me offer a consent agenda for items 1, item 2. Yep, just items 1 and 2. Let's companion 4 and 5. And we'll hear item 3.
Okay.
Do we have a motion to that effect? There a second?
Second.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, item number 3.
Item 3 is a motion to approve scheduling a work session with the Augusta Commission and the local legislative delegation to discuss the hotel-motel tax.
Do we have anyone that can kind of just give a brief synopsis of what this is about and just kind of, all right, our administrator.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. If you recall, during our budget retreat, I proposed to the body as a proposed revenue source would be to review our current hotel-motel tax. Right now, it's at 6%, which is one of the lowest among our neighboring counties, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to revisit this conversation in more of an expanded fashion to include not only, of course, the Augusta Commission, but also our local legislative delegation and other stakeholders, the Destination Augusta, the Augusta Coliseum Authority, some of our local hoteliers, our community at large, as well as other key players that would have a lot to say or even thoughts behind how we move this process forward. We do know that in order for us to take this route, it would require state buy-in from our state level at the Capitol. And so I think that during our summer planning, this will be a great time for us to be proactive and move in this direction, would you so choose to do so. So that way, when session starts in January, we'll be kind of ahead of the curve. So I would like your approval in allowing me to work with the clerk to schedule this work session.
All right, is there a motion to that effect? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, item number 5.
Item 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item 5 is to discuss the mayor's office expense reimbursement process.
All right, let's get the finance director up to the podium, or whoever wants to take the first shot at this one. And I mean that in a good way. Whoever can speak to it. How about a word it that way? Yeah, word it that way. Our finance director, Director Williams.
Yes, sir. I really don't have anything new to add to the situation, except, I mean, we are here where we are because the current situation is not addressed in an existing policy. So the mayor brought the item forward, and I would hope on behalf of both finance and the mayor's office that we can come to an agreement about a policy and a process that will facilitate this so we don't all wind up here discussing this again.
So our last meeting, we put this back on the Finance Committee's agenda to give you all time to submit receipts. Has that been done?
Yes, sir. I have copies of all the receipts with the revised total that was presented. They were forwarded to Ms. Bonner, and it's my understanding that those were disseminated.
In their books.
Okay.
Okay.
And you also had the opportunity to clean up some of the expenditures that had already been paid out. Can you speak to that?
The corrected version removed the ones that had been previously submitted and the addition total. And yes, sir. So it is a complete revised package. Both the mayor's representative and I have gone over, and we have receipts for each item that has now been submitted.
Okay. Hold tight. We're going to get Commissioner from the 9th in the queue. Commissioner Scott.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Williams, did you say to discuss a policy? We already have a policy for credit card usage, right?
We have a policy for credit card use by elected officials. Part of the conversation that has ensued is that the constraints of that policy do not necessarily fit the needs expressed by the mayor's office.
So what would we have to do, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
What would we have to do to bring the proposed, what we have in, I think, for the mayor and for the mayor to use a city-issued credit card?
Okay, so
Do we have to do an amendment, or do we have to do?
you would need to amend the existing policy. If indeed it is to address an expanded limit, then that limit would be incorporated into the policy with either an exception for the requester or amend the policy as a whole. It would be up to the body to decide which way they want to go on that.
One last question, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Would this amendment be just for the mayor, or would it be for all elected officials?
That's entirely up to you guys. You either change the policy and incorporate a higher limit for the credit card for the elected official, or you make the one standing exception, which I believe is item 4.
Well, we took these items as companions, so it's
Okay.
it's a conversation in general. So with the $15,000 limit that's being proposed, how do we make that exception for the mayor's office and not, say, for instance, the marshal or the sheriff or the tax commissioner? Is there any way that we can validate raising just one elected official to $15,000 a month versus others? Because if they come to us asking for that as well, how do we determine who gets it and who doesn't?
I don't know that there are any legal constrictions on doing that as a policy. It's always best if you have a policy that is more uniform and have fewer exceptions rather than having one policy and a bunch of exceptions. It makes it much harder to administer. So, but we are here to enforce the policies that are set.
Okay, let's get Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle. He's in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna, as far as other elected officials with credit cards, what are their limits?
Same as the policy expresses $500 a day per $500 per transaction and $5,000 per month.
Okay, and that falls the same for SES employees?
SES employees are not elected officials.
I know that,
and
Ms.
SES
Williams.
employees are covered by the P card policy, and that has the same limits.
And what is their limits as far as SES, the max on
The
average?
policy, the whole policy, everybody, as it is currently written, is $500 per transaction, $5,000 per month, with the ability for specific exceptions to be made upon request.
Right. Does any of the elected officials have credit cards for their staff?
P cards.
Okay,
Yes,
so they
sir.
are allowed to
P
use.
card. They fall under the P card policy. The only folks that are covered by the credit card policy, which was required by the state of Georgia, are the elected official themselves. Their staff falls outside of a credit card policy and falls under the P card policy.
Okay. So the only thing we need to do is make sure the mayor gets his reimbursement returned to money back to him, and to change the policy. And if we have other elected officials that want to come before us and want to, to extend their credit limit, that's all they got to do. Is that correct? Not to exceed their yearly budget, though. That's the trick. Fortunately, our mayor actually returned almost 24% of his budget last year alone. And I don't foresee him exceeding or expending anywhere near what he's allotted for. So I'm going to let my other colleagues have a discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Recognize Commissioner from the 6th,
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr.
Lewis.
Chairman. To my colleague, I don't think this discussion is centered around going over the budget, going over anybody's budget. That's not what this conversation is centered around. I think this conversation is centered around an exorbitant amount of expenditures being submitted, not a monthly amount, but several months. And I think that we probably wouldn't be here where we are now if these expenditures were submitted on a monthly basis as opposed to 5 and 6 months worth of expenditures. So, and I don't think that increasing other public elected officials' credit card is going to help this matter, because I don't think any other elected officials are having expenditures like these expenditures are. So if we increase the mayor's expenditures or his credit card, then we would have to do the same thing for other elected officials. But other elected officials are not having these kinds of expenses when it comes down to their use of credit cards. So I think what we'll be doing is, we'll be actually favoring an office, but at the same time, including other offices that are not in this predicament or have not had expenditures like this to offset the expenditures that the mayor's office has had. So, I mean, changing the policy, there is a policy that we have, and the policy should be adhered to. The policy should be adhered to, and that's the way it ought to be. I don't think changing, increasing, and doing things of that nature should make it any different. If receipts are turned in on a monthly basis, it may not exceed the amount that the credit card limits are. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Director Williams, you mentioned that the limit is $5,000 per month and that the daily limit is $500, correct?
The transactional limit is 500, yes, sir.
What would be the process for any elected official to receive a higher daily limit? If, let's just say, I know we spoke about some expenditures to the White House or having to go to D.C. $500 would not cover that. If the mayor needed $2,000, $3,000 for flights in one day to go to D.C., how would he receive that authorization? Or as we saw with, like candy and stuff like that, if it exceeded that limit, how would he get that approval from the finance department?
A request.
Just simply picking the phone up and calling, or should it be paper, email?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
No, I was going to wait till you got through, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Another question is, did you all have an opportunity to determine whether or not those expenses that we're seeking, that are being sought for reimbursement are legitimate? And what I mean by that is, I know that there were a number of expenses submitted for the mayor's master's reception. And if I'm not mistaken, the mayor's master's reception is listed as a nonprofit agency. Would we be able to reimburse that using city funds with the Georgia gratuity clause in place? Because when we were talking about nonprofit organizations receiving SPLOST dollars and other dollars, we were told that we could not do that because of their nonprofit status. If in fact the reception is listed as a nonprofit and we use city money to reimburse expenses for that, would we not be spending tax dollars for a nonprofit purpose?
Okay. You would not be, as submitted, you would not be making a direct appropriation to that nonprofit. You would be reimbursing the mayor for an expenditure that he has submitted in performance of his duties as mayor in other way. So you're not making a direct payment to a nonprofit here.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I actually had discussions. I know when this came up 2 weeks ago, I had the super district commissioner number 9 and my commissioner from the 6th trying to find a resolution to this challenge that we're facing as a city. And I got agreement out of it. You know, we got to have a policy in place. But now I'm hearing that by holding off 6 months where it's an exorbitant amount, but in that 6 months, a lot has transpired from the First Lady, President's wife coming down. We had the masters, et cetera, and all the receipts were accounted for. I would put some blame on the mayor for not turning the receipts in monthly. There's no doubt about that. That should have been done. But, you know, like I was telling the reporter out there, being a commissioner is kind of tough because our time is limited. Being a mayor, that actually outworks us 2 to 3 times, going to meetings 6, 7 days a week, I know that he's stretched thin. Yeah, he didn't have his staff member that was handling it that actually quit on him, and it just went by the wayside. So listen to my colleague from the 6th, since there's no policy in place or no policy against, if he continues to turn in his credit card statements monthly, that would be okay, so he could continue using his personal credit card, then I don't understand, because if it's a $500, in order to spend over $500, especially as the spokesperson of our city, let's say if he get a call right now at 4:13, and by the time he works out the information as far as flight, et cetera, our directors are gone, our administrators gone for the day. So exactly what is the elected official that the spokesperson's supposed to do? I know that he's conscious of a dollar. He's not going to embarrass himself by expending his budget amount. So I don't know what this is, what we doing. I mean, we trying to find a solution to the problem to try to accommodate us to set policy, as well as the mayor to be able to perform his duties as the spokesperson of the city and try to retain, bring in new economic development. Go to Atlanta, he goes to the state capitol to try to bring in good stuff for the fair city of ours. So there's got to be a solution, and what I'm hearing so far is not a solution. We're just finding obstructions, and that's not a fair practice. So if somebody could give me a solution that, if you look at the predicaments and you look at his, if y'all would have looked in the page 5 of our book on his expenditures, there's a lot of them that's over $500 that he would have to have permission, but we have an interim administrator at her discretion could spend $25,000, a non-elected person, and there's not a word that any of the commissioners or mayor could say. But we have a mayor of our city that's elected by all that says, that's it, we put in the thumb on you, $500 a day. And that's an odd predicament to be in. And if this is just politics in the play, then we just need to reimburse him his money and try to come up with a different solution. But heck, if I had $40,000, it'll be in an account making 5.5% on the money market. But it's costing him that we, not paying him. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I want to address very briefly a few things. You mentioned that we're just trying to obstruct. And I think that, number one, I take great offense to that. I listened to an interview on the Austin Road show that said, oh, it's just the same group of commissioners that don't like me. This in middle school. It's not about who likes who. The fact is, the credit card policy was put in place because a former mayor, which we won't say his name because last time we did, everybody got upset. But the former mayor was making similar expenditures, makeup, videos, receptions, travel, all this stuff. And the commission created a policy to crack down on the lack of accountability. When the land bank came out and all this drama came out about the director spending money in Brooklyn and spending money down here on Mills because of, trying to get people to Augusta. We saw, oh, there needs to be accountability. We saw, almost $4,000, $3,000 in gifts and things like that. So it's really about accountability. And if we're trying to spin the conversation to be about politics or an aha, I got you for some other reason other than city policy has been broken yet again, we are doing ourselves a disservice. We're not telling the truth to the cameras that are in the back of the room. Please do not speak for any of our intentions. The only intention, in my mind, that we're trying to get towards is how to protect the city from stuff like this, because procurement policies, in fact, have been broken. Purchasing policies have, in fact, been broken. And I'm going to say it again, like I said it before. If McDowell had done it, if Ms. Sams had done it, if Rookert had done it, if anybody else had done what we're talking about right now, would be an executive session preparing to fire that person. Don't tell me I'm wrong, because we've tried to do it for much less than this. We're talking almost $100,000 worth of reimbursements. So please don't mask this as politics. It is what you tell me that we didn't do all the time, and that's be fiscally conservative. And you mentioned a solution. The solution is simple. The mayor should oblige, just like every other elected official, and get on the city's credit card policy, period. Once that happens, I would have no objection to reimbursing every dollar that he's owed. I would even put it on the agenda myself. But we're going to follow policies and procedures up here. And that's what it's about, not politics. If we were about politics, we could go a whole nother route. But policy's been broken. So let's not sit up here and act like that's not what we're talking about. Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague spoke about the mayor's time and how much time the mayor spends working. We got to remember, folks, the mayor signed up for this job. And sometimes it is what it is. We're part-time. So we can't compare the time that we spend with the time that the mayor spends working. I heard the mayor make mention about working weekends and things of that nature. Hey, sometimes it's the nature of the beast. But to answer my colleague over here in the 10th, I'm not advocating that we will continue to pay the mayor for using his credit card, his own personal credit card, when I said that, if these receipts were brought in on a monthly basis, all I was saying was that it probably wouldn't look, and we probably wouldn't be having a discussion if it had been done on a monthly basis. Finance might not be having this discussion if it was done on a monthly basis, because the numbers wouldn't be as big as they are by bringing in 5 and 6 months of receipts to be reimbursed. So that's what I'm saying. But no way am I advocating that the mayor continue to use his own personal credit card while conducting business as an elected official for the city of Augusta. What I am saying is that the mayor should be on the same program as every other elected official in this city when it comes down to the use of a credit card. That's what I'm saying. And I've never said that the expenses that the mayor has incurred and brought forth for reimbursement are not legitimate expenses. They all are legitimate expenses. But what I am saying is that they should not have been brought in the manner in which they was brought in. And if the mayor would use the same program that everybody else used, then we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Commissioner from the 3rd, Ms. McKnight. Commissioner McKnight, I'm sorry. Okay, you got the queue. Commissioner.
I'm just going to say something.
Go ahead. Come on back in.
Okay. Thank you for letting me come in. Just listening to this, we did this 2 weeks ago. We're back at it again today. And, this conversation is rather baffling because, I've been sitting in this seat for 4 years, and we had a mayor, previous mayor, and I don't recall us sitting up here having the discussion about his expenditures that were, to me, outrageous. That's just me. But I'm just going to sit here. I'm not on this finance committee and continue to listen. But I wish that we could move on and come together and make, let's do what we got to do. I know that this mayor's working hard and he will continue to do so. So I'd like to find a solution. I'm not on this committee, but I'd like to find a solution so that we can move on and take care of the people's business and not sit up here and continue this. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner. I remember vividly us going through the mayor's expenditures, and I believe you were calling for a forensic audit for 2.5 years consistently of the mayor's office.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right.
Yes, sir,
Commissioner
I
from the
sure
10th,
did.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I speak with the Finance Director, Ms.
Please
Williams?
proceed. Yes, sir.
Ms. Williams, last year when you had met with the staff of the mayor as well as the mayor, and you actually had another staff member with you, I believe the discussion, because it was said on the floor from the chief of staff saying that it was okay to use the credit card until the latter part of last year. But the precedent has been set all of last year when he turned in his bills. Were they reimbursed to him?
The mayor has been reimbursed after those conversations up until this batch that has been turned in. The conversation was each and every time that this is outside of policy, the recommendation was to not use personal credit card, to follow the policy of Augusta by accepting an Augusta-issued credit card. You would take the training, you would sign the affidavit, you would follow this. And to avoid the appearance and the mingling of personal transactions being done on the same card as business transactions. That was just recommended as not a sound policy to follow.
Right.
Like I said, the legitimacy of the expenditures as the mayor has presented them, that these were done in the performance of his official duties, that was not questioned. It was the method of the expenditure being outside of the policies.
Okay, do we have a policy that states the mayor cannot use his personal card?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay. And we didn't have a problem until September, October, where you actually shot an email to the chief of staff that was presented to one of the media outlets that, hey, I advise you to start using the credit card. So for the first 3 quarters of the year, we reimbursed the mayor, and then something had to snap for it to go, all right, that's it. What was that? It wasn't, there had to be a reason.
Repeated
for the first 3 quarters
transactions
of the year, last
outside
year,
of
you
existing
reimbursed them.
policies that I'm required to enforce.
I'm sorry?
Conversations related to continuing to conduct transactions outside of policies, which I, as finance director, am supposed to be enforcing on behalf of the commission.
Right, but there was no policy against him using his personal card. But you said earlier that, you couldn't distinguish between personal and legitimate. But what he has...
No, sir, that is not what I said. I did not say anything about any charge. No, sir, I did not question the legitimacy of any of the charges. What I advised against was using a personal credit card to conduct both personal and county business.
Right, but he only turns in county business over this past year. Would that be correct?
We only see the receipts. I have never seen the entire credit card statement.
That's good, because I imagine there was a lot more charges. But he, being honest mayor that he is, he did not turn them in, fortunately. I don't know where it's going to go from here, but I'd like to make a motion to reimburse the mayor his money, number one, and to implement the credit limit on the mayor's credit card, require him to use a credit card that the government issues at the tune of $15,000.
Before we receive a second, so the motion died, but we'll come back to it, Commissioner Guilfoyle, because we may be getting to a good place here. I still have questions about the increased credit limit, $15,000. If the mayor gets in the queue, we'll hear from the mayor, sure. But I'm still finishing my thought. With $15,000 as a limit, again, how do we communicate? How do we make a $15,000 limit for one elected official and not the others? Because the question was, is there a policy that says that he cannot use his credit card? We said, no, there's not, but there's a credit card policy that applies to elected officials. So are we prepared to make waivers for other elected officials? And that's the only question I pose for this body. I don't have a problem with it, but are we prepared to make exceptions for other elected officials when they come and ask for similar things? I'm not sure that we are. Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Scott, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson.
Speaking of existing.
No, Ron Johnson.
Ms. Attorney Brown, can you weigh in on, that's the issue I'm having. I do think the mayor should be reimbursed, and I do think we need to make sure he and his staff understand that this is something that we need to have in writing, something that needs to be signed and need to be adhered to. And I've never, ever, ever worked in state government where you collect invoices and then submit them for payment. So I think it's something that we have a policy and procedure, and Commissioner Pulliam always say that we need to have standard operation procedure. So we need to make sure we are following everybody is following the same process.
Could we entertain a motion to reimburse the mayor for his expenses contingent upon receiving his city credit card? All right. Commissioner from the 9th, they're still in the queue.
Repeat your motion.
So what my motion is simple. We give the mayor his reimbursement because you have to be the mayor, right? But the mayor also needs a city credit card. He also needs to get on city policy and agree to use a city credit card. Well, if the daily limit is 500 and the monthly is 5,000, and he needs a limit that's higher than that 500, then he or his chief of staff or someone can call the administrator or the procurement director, who's ever the administrator, and receive that authorization. We all know good and well that we leave here at 5 o'clock and you call Ms. Dowse at 10 p.m., she's going to answer the phone. So I don't see the problem with using the policy that we have and then using the exception rule that is already built into the policy versus creating a whole new exception that would create, as we said in the back room earlier today, opening Pandora's box and creating ripple effects. We already have a provision carved out in the policy to where if he needs more than $500, that he can receive more than $500. So what would be the hesitation on requiring the mayor to get the city credit card, using the policy that's in place, and then receiving his reimbursements? We'd be prepared to vote on that. And I want the media to report correctly that there is an attempted path forward being presented, and there's crickets on it. Crickets. So I'm going to present it again to allow for motion to reimburse. I'm going to ask for a motion because I can't make it, to reimburse the mayor his expenses, contingent upon him receiving a city credit card.
Second, but I would like to ask Ms., oh, I need to make the motion. I'll make the motion, Ms. Bonner. But I need to ask the procurement director a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If I
Ms. Sams?
Director Sam, how you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Question for you. We are saying that if the mayor needs additional money for something, would this be circumventing the procurement process any kind of way that you can see just on the surface of what we're trying to do today to move forward?
On the surface, commissioners, good afternoon, Mayor and commissioners. On the surfaces, it will appear that some of the expenses that I saw, there were other processes in place that could have possibly handled that, reducing the requested amount for a refund. The city has in place ways of getting anybody what they're requesting in an approved way as it relates to credit cards, P cards, etc. Whereas the procurement director is understanding what your ask is, but there are other things that we have to consider here. When you start making exceptions to both a state statute and also your procurement code, ladies and gentlemen, you are setting a precedent. I believe that this exception to reimburse the mayor for these unauthorized expenses would be inappropriate for the following reasons. I think that it would be inappropriate because you are, in fact, setting a precedent. And when you do that, you're allowing an exception that will possibly be a consideration for others in the future. And I must say here, I was very impressed with the way you discuss what are you going to do with the elected officials when they come before you for an ask. Number two, as procurement director, your policy and procedures, compliance, what I have not heard from each of you as a commissioners who the city has entrusted their taxpayers' money to, what I have not heard is how are you going to appropriately attach process and procedures to the $15,000 that you're going to attach to this particular credit card as an exception to the state and local laws that you adopted. The fiscal responsibility I'm concerned about because you're authorizing an increase of a credit card and right at this present without scrutiny. Furthermore, if Augusta issues provide a credit card to the mayor, and Mr. Mayor, no personal intent, I'm supposed to come before you and read into record what our policies and what state statute is. So for that, let me be very forward speaking to you. I don't want you to leave thinking that there's anything attached to this other than what the city of Augusta paid me to do. And I'm saying that to all the commissioners. Backlashes, I wouldn't like to experience. What we have here is a situation. Could we address it legally? Yes, we can. And the legal way that we should have addressed it speaks for itself. And of course, in our training, each of us, Accounting 101, Business Finance, If I had a small business, the first thing those things would have given me was, do not mix your personal with your business. Now we sit here and we say, okay, it's all right, it's okay. No, sir, no, ma'am, it's not okay. It is not okay. You have rules and regulations in place that should have been followed. They were not. If your solution is to give the mayor a credit card, and it should be. It should be. It should be. There is a policy in place that says the maximum amount is $5,000. Your challenge is going to be for persons like all of your other elected officials. Now, do we make this across the board, or do we make the exception for one person creating a precedent that should not have been addressed? I'm really concerned about how we're doing this, more so than if we should give the mayor a credit card for $15,000 or $100,000. That's going to be up to the taxpayers of Augusta to complain about what that amount should be. I'm not concerned. What I am concerned about is Augusta's process and procedures, and that's what we are challenged with, the process and procedures. Many of those receipts that I looked at could have been addressed by purchase order, by quotes, by simple phone call. And not only was it said that we should not do this, but then it was a reoccurring thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. We all have to take responsibility for what we do. And being in procurement, I see a lot of things. I see a lot of people doing a lot of things. Standing on this commission floor is no different. We have rules and regulations in place, and each time someone goes out of that boundaries, we should not change our rules and regulations. Everybody is responsible for conforming to what's in place. No titles intended. That's my take. Any other questions?
No, Ms. Sams. Are there any questions for Ms. Sams? Okay, hear none. Commissioner Scott from the 9th. Are you still in the queue?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can we bring this back to the next Finance Committee and task the administrator, the Director of Finance, Procurement, and I'm not sure if you need someone for legal to make, and the mayor's office, to come up with the resolution?
Sounds like a pretty fair thing to me. Is that a motion, Commissioner Scott?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second to that effect?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Voting.
You're voting. Okay.
Present.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson voting yes, Ms. Pulliam voting yes, Ms. Scott voting yes, Guilfoyle voting present.
All right, item number 6.
Item 6.
I'm just messing. I'm just throwing y'all off. Meeting adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.